Peace, 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 family. We about to get started in like 2 minutes. Shout out to everybody in the building. Just give me everybody like a couple more minutes to get in because I know I hit the go live button early. So Giving everybody like 2 more minutes to get in, and we're gonna get started. Peace to everybody in the building. Peace. Make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can. Comment, thumbs up, share it, all that good stuff. But yeah, we're gonna get back to this. All right, we getting started now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Much appreciated for everybody tuning in. Shout out to everybody in the building coming through. Shout out to all the support. Thank you, Lord of Slaughter. You already know, red, black, and green. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter in the building. Shout out to East Coast Kev in the building. Yeah, we're going to get started. I meant to start so much earlier tonight, but it's just that, you know how stuff be. It be. I don't even know we're going to be long tonight, but we're going to be strong, as always. But anyway, I wanted to start it off with something I just saw today, and I think this is be a good place to start. It's a good place to start. This will be a good place to start right here. Here we go. For all you who don't know, I didn't watch this yet, but I'm pretty sure they're talking about Wilmington and I said Wilmington and Delaware. No, Wilmington and North Carolina. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to let them just go, and we're going to go from there. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see. What happened?
Morning with Lee Cowan. We begin this morning with Lee Cowan and a disturbing moment in history that still haunts one American city more than a century later.
In downtown Wilmington, North Carolina, stands a memorial that's pretty easy to pass.
This is the 1898 Memorial Park.
6 bronze paddles stretching toward the sky.
These 2 gray stones have a brief summary of what happened here in Wilmington.
The plaque is hard to read in places, not because the words have washed away, but because what they say is so hard to believe.
It's the only piece of land that is dedicated to remembering the families that were slain and taken away from us.
There aren't many tours that tell the tale, but Cedric Harrison says he's determined to make it known.
The first thing we have to do to solve this problem is education. One of my elders always told me, if you knew better, you do better.
Not far away is Wilmington's first Presbyterian church.
For all you don't know, this is Wilmington, where there was a race massacre that took place. They killed a bunch of black people and they overthrew the government. This is one of the reasons right here. Wilmington is one of the reasons why I tell people all the time that better economic policy will not work, because the poor white people of this town went against the Fusion Party, a party that was benefiting everybody, to roll with the Dixiecrats, who were just benefiting the rich, all in the name of racism. They went against their own economic best interests because of racism. This is why I keep telling y'all. All that, we just need better economic policies. Oh, we just need to talk to people more. No, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They don't care about money. It's the same thing with how white people flip from Democrat to Republican. Democrats did the civil rights legislation, started saying, hey, black people deserve a piece too. What did they do? All flipped to the Republican Party. The Republican Party never had better economic policies than the Democratic Party. The modern America that we know, with richest country in the world, built on a hill, high, biggest middle class in world history, and all that other stuff was built by the Democratic Party. And the main beneficiaries of it were white people. And they threw it all away because they didn't want to see black people get some. Wilmington tells that story too. We're going to get back into this. Shout out to everybody who came through. Shout out to, I think that's Benji James. Thank you for the fire emojis. Shout out to Barker. What's up to you? Yeah, let's get back to this.
Where parts of that story live too.
This is a church I grew up going to. I was baptized here.
Lauren Collins, now a journalist at the New Yorker magazine, pointed us to a stained glass window in the back dedicated to someone named Colonel Walker Taylor. As a kid, she didn't know the stories behind men like him, but they weren't the only mysteries about her hometown, she says.
I always had this sense that there was something a little off, a little amiss.
Turns out that Colonel Walker Taylor was a celebrated white supremacist back in the late 1890s, and so was the pastor.
When I learned this, it was shocking and it was personal. Loving a place doesn't mean lying about it or lying for it.
The church is making efforts to come to terms with the past. The city of Wilmington as a whole, however, has been a bit slower. In her new book, They Stole a City, Collins unravels the darkest chapter, the only successful coup in our nation's history. Never heard about it? Well, most folks haven't.
There are people that I've asked to talk to who haven't wanted anything to do with me. But there have also been a lot of people who are ready.
In 1898, Wilmington was a prosperous, integrated city. Blacks and whites shared political power and leadership positions. It was a model for the New South. Still, not everyone accepted the path that Wilmington had taken, especially the former slave-owning class, mostly Southern Democrats.
They explicitly centered their campaign around the issue of white supremacy.
Literally, they had a book, How to Build This White Supremacy Campaign. It was not secret like it would be today.
That's Tom Keith. His grandfather was B.F. Keith, and one of the few white elites in Wilmington who pushed back.
As he saw the white supremacy campaign develop, he wrote everybody, the governor, senators, someone's going to get killed. This is not going to end well.
There was even a white Declaration of Independence drawn up, written in part by a wealthy businessman named Hugh McCrae. Hugh McCrae III is his great-grandson.
Do you think he was a white supremacist?
By definition, yes. The scary thing that strikes you is that I'm convinced that these folks thought they were doing the right thing.
And the right thing, according to them, was to purge Wilmington of all black influence.
Oh, as you saw, they said we will, as you saw, they highlighted that in the thing when they said we will never be ruled by men of African origin. That's another thing to you indigenous bozos who try to claim that, oh, nobody ever said we was from Africa until Jesse Jackson tried to rename us Africans. Like, duh. Shout out to myself. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going.
And on the morning of November 10th, 1898, that's just what they did.
So this is where the Angry Mob came at during 1898.
Starting with the city's only black newspaper.
The Daily Record, that black-owned newspaper, was on the second floor in its own office space.
They set the building on fire and then posed for this picture.
Every time I see it, sends chills down my spine because
There's a pride in it. What
there
they've
is.
done.
They have this look of flushed satisfaction.
Oh, I think the person, the guy who owned the newspaper, the brother, I think his name was Alexander Manley. And that was a part of their declaration of white independence, was that Manley had to leave town too. So the brother escaped in time. He didn't get killed, but you know, he had to leave the business behind, can't run with a building. So they burnt the building down.
It's a trophy.
But that was just the beginning. The mob then made its way here, to the crossroads of 4th and Harnett Streets.
A shot rang across the intersection, and almost immediately, 3 black men were dead.
In the hours that followed, a cart fixed with a rapid-fire machine gun advanced through town with impunity, like a primitive tank, firing at will on the largely unarmed black residents. No one really knows how many the mob murdered that afternoon, but historians generally agree the number ranges from dozens to hundreds.
I love you, Grandpa.
One of the victims was Joshua Halsey, a black laborer and father of 4 girls who, according to notes taken during the conspirators' meeting, was singled out to be killed.
It's in the minutes. When you see that Josh, get that Josh.
Your great-grandparents must have walked across this bridge all the time.
All the time.
You see, Joshua had sued the city after his wife Sally tripped and injured herself on what was then a poorly maintained.
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is sad and crazy. Exactly. Savage act. Savage. Yes, this is Wilmington, North Carolina. Let me see. Why are you doing laughing emojis? We talking about something, a race massacre that happened. You said, and these guys are worrying about immigrants, FBA clowns. These people are not FBA. They're not FBA. FBA is a hate cult. These are not FBA people right here. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're going to have to make yourself a little bit more understood. Ain't none of these people FBA. None of them. So what do you mean by this? You got to make yourself understood. Matter of fact, I don't even know who you are. Matter of fact, I might put you on timeout because I don't even know who you are. No, not Wilmington, Delaware. Not Wilmington, Delaware. It's Wilmington, North Carolina. Oh, okay, cool. Shout out to you. Because I can't see the chat. I wasn't seeing the chat while I was watching the thing. I just looked back at the chat. I'm like, what is the dude laughing about? The people dying. Yeah, you're right. FBA is down bad because FBA ain't get their lick back, man. They ain't get their lick back. We hearing about hundreds of black people, possibly hundreds. Because I heard it was like maybe 60 or something like that. But no matter of fact, the person, when I first heard about this story, they was like, it was at least 60. Because the white people was claiming only 4 black people died. And they only got killed. And they killed those black people in self-defense because they shot at them first. But the person said, nah, there was at least 60 confirmed deaths, if not more. And a lot of the black people fled the city of Wilmington and never came back. That's another thing too, with the FBA bozo. Since we speaking about them right now, they always talking about we never fled. Black people been, like I always say, black people done got chased out of the South and to different parts of the South all the time. We've been fleeing, ain't nothing wrong with that. It ain't nothing wrong with that. To say something is wrong with fleeing is to say something is wrong with being a runaway slave. It's to say something is wrong with getting out of town when you see white supremacists is ganging up to kill you and nobody gonna do nothing to help you. What are they supposed to do? Stay there and get smoked? Nah, they fled, and that's a good thing. They fled right to the north, and that's a good thing. You said I'd be timing people out too quick. My bad about that. My bad. Thank you, Chocolate. Yeah, let's get back to this. I'm gonna bring that back a little bit. Gotta bring this back.
When you see that Josh, get that Josh.
Your great-grandparents must have walked across this bridge all the time.
All the time.
You see, Joshua had sued the city after his wife Sally tripped and injured herself on what was then a poorly maintained bridge. His rightful legal action put a target on his back.
They were building a life. They owned a home.
Yeah.
They were upstanding citizens. So the only guilt was being black.
Elaine Brown, his great-granddaughter, says he was shot 14 times in the head as his wife Sally watched. She, like many other black women and children, was eventually driven out of town.
Also, at the time, if you read contemporary newspapers, at the time of this event, they referred to the black people who left town as refugees. As refugees. And you know what refugee means. It means to flee. A refugee is somebody who flees. If you run away from something or if you flee a situation for your own life or your safety, you are a refugee. It doesn't matter if you went across town or you went across the country. Refugee is a refugee. Chased out is chased out. Chased out is chased out. Like the only people who I see make a legal distinction between internalized displaced people, which is refugees who don't leave their country's borders, and refugees as people who leave out their country's borders, is the UN. That's it. But otherwise than that, a refugee is to flee. That's it.
The last piece of the murderous puzzle that day was to seize political power. White Democrats stormed Wilmington City Hall, where its multiracial government sat.
When they walked into the room, the Board of Aldermen had 7 white men and 3 black men. And when they walked out, all of those officials had resigned.
And did they resign basically at gunpoint?
Literally at gunpoint.
Not a single person was ever prosecuted, in part because newspaper headlines characterized the violence as whites defending themselves against a black race riot. With the only black newspaper in town gone, there was no one to refute that false narrative.
People who were suffering in Wilmington in the aftermath of the coup appealed to President McKinley, and he did nothing.
In the years that followed, the coup was talked about less and less, and yet it had a kind of insidious undertow that kept yanking black people away from Wilmington. At the time of the coup, 56% of the city was black. Today, it's dwindled to only about 15%. The ripples still roll across the...
Oh, look, I just saw somebody comment. You're right. You're right. Wilmington is super white now. They just went over that. That's what I said. A lot of the black people fled and never came back. Never came back. The black population in Wilmington never recovered from this. Never. Never. Oh, shout out to Romario for coming through with the 2. Much appreciated, bro. He set it off tonight for the 2. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Thank you for this. Thank you for setting it off with the 2. But yeah, the black population never recovered. It's multiple places in the South where things like this happen. They didn't overthrow the government. That's what makes Wilmington unique. They overthrew the government. But other places, stuff like this happened. They just killed the black people. The black people population left and never came back. Never came back. And I don't blame them. I would not come back to Wilmington. I would not come back to Wilmington. No, I don't blame them. I do not blame them. Like I just said, I'm not blaming nobody. I would never come back to Wilmington. Like, let a race riot pop off in New York, and then and we got like what would be the equivalent? We got like tens of thousands of dead black people. And the people who did it are now in charge, and they stay in charge. And the federal government is like, we never going to do nothing about it. Because that's another thing. When the white people who did the coup, who killed all those black people, they took power over the city and they never let it go. They stayed in power. They descendants got power. Why would I go to someplace like that? Like the people who literally popped off a race massacre and did it in front of everybody. They had a hit list and everything. They put it in the newspaper too. That's how Manly knew to escape. They had his name was in the newspaper when it was like in a Declaration of White Independence. They had all that, and the people who did all that killed the government, took over. Killed the black people, took over the government. I would never step foot in New York City ever again. Never, never. I'll never step foot in New York City again. Yeah, you're right. Like the Red Summer. They had a bunch of stuff like this happen during the Red Summer. The only thing different is that the government was already white supremacist. So they just turned a blind eye to it. That's it. That's it. Yeah, let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
This place, those who opposed the coup, like Tom Keith's grandfather, are still often thought of as traitors. Just ask his distant relatives.
One of my cousins, when I was about 4, he's thumbing down 421. Some old farmer picks him up, starts talking to him. Finally says, well, what's your name, son? He says, Julian Keith. The guy slams on the brakes and says, you're a damn Republican. Get the hell out of my car. 50 years later. Wow.
The echoes are just as strong for Hugh McCrae III. Much to his surprise, some see his great-grandfather's participation in the coup as heroic.
He said, your grandfather saved Wilmington. I was shocked. We think it's then, but it's a lot of that is still with us.
Is there room for forgiveness?
There's always room for forgiveness. We have to start telling this.
Why do the people keep asking black people, do they forgive people? They don't do this with nobody else. Mainly, they started trying to do this with other groups of people now because people have pointed out the hypocrisy so much. But why they got to keep asking black people, do they forgive? Y'all asking black people, do they forgive more than you trying to track the white people down whose ancestors did this and they proud of it. There are plenty of white people whose ancestors participated in this. They know about it and they proud about it. Are you asking them? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed of what your ancestors did? Are you ashamed? And what if she says she don't forgive the people who did this? She don't forgive the people who did this, and she don't forgive none of their descendants who said what their parents, what their ancestors did was good. What if she said that? What y'all gonna make it seem like she a bad person? She a bad person? That's what they're gonna do? Make it seem like she's a bad person because she say I don't forgive them? Oh, I didn't even know that. But that sounds about right. Something that NYPD would do. But yeah, that's crazy. Yes, only 2-3 generations ago, this stuff happened. 2-3 generations ago. Exactly. It's not up to you. Don't ask the person who was wrong, hey, do you forgive the person who wronged you? You're supposed to ask the person who did the wrong, hey, are you going to apologize? And are you going to seek forgiveness from this person? What kind of nonsense is this? Like, this is ridiculous. That just pissed me off. That just pissed me off real bad.
Story the way that it is, because we need justice and we need healing. And healing doesn't come with lies. It comes with the ugly truth of things. We got to pluck that out.
As for Lauren Collins, those odd questions about her hometown of Wilmington have been answered. Not satisfied, not understood, but answered factually.
I feel a part of this story, and I also feel that it's incumbent upon white people like me to know this history and to grapple with it and to shoulder the full truth of it, even when it's uncomfortable.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was a black lady who wrote a book about this situation. I don't remember, but I'm pretty much probably look into that book and promote it later. But yeah, I might even get this white lady book too. Who knows? But I definitely know that I think it was a black person who wrote a book about this. That's how I found out about it. But I didn't read the book. I just found out about the book. But yeah, this is crazy. I believe it. I believe you. I do believe you. I'll never trust North Carolina. I'll never trust North Carolina. I don't trust no Carolina, but definitely not no North Carolina. I'll never trust them. Shout out to everybody in the building. Is East Coast Kev still in the building? East Coast Kev, you still in the building? Let me know if you're still in the building. Let me know if you're still in the building. Let me see something real quick. Yep. Okay, East Coast Kev is still in the building. Shout out to East Coast Kev. We about to do this video right here. This is about Afro Think Tank. He's talking about some African Americans supporting the South Africans and going against xenophobia. So yeah, we will have to go check this out. Shout out to you, East Coast Kev. You sent this to me. I was meaning to get to it, but you know, I ain't see you in the building, so I didn't want to touch it before I saw you in the building. Shout out to you though, bro. Let's get to this. Shout out to Afro Think Tank, friend of the channel too.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank. African Americans stand with South Africans against the other South Africans who are xenophobic and hateful towards other Africans. FBA stands with the Dudula Africans who are xenophobic and hateful towards other Africans. I told you, there's only two tribes right now. You got xenophobic, hateful Africans who are xenophobic and hateful towards all other Africans while kissing the white man's ass and forgiving the white man for every infraction they've ever done. Then you got those black folks like me, whether in South Africa or America, who know who they are, know they African, know they brothers and sisters on the continent or around the world or their family, and they don't pick white over black. Okay? That's
exactly. And matter of fact, we just watched the video of somebody asking the black lady, hey, do you forgive these people for what happened? Mind you, I'm pretty sure FBA forgives those white people for what they did. You know, FBA forgive white people for everything. They talk about, yeah, we had our issues, but these immigrants are the real problem. Y'all just saw what we watched about Wilmington. That don't sound like we just had our issues. That's another thing. When have black immigrants ever did something like Wilmington or co-signed it? You can't make this up.
I see some FBA content creators. They're trying to unite with other disunifying forces. They're trying to create the axis of Negro evil, right? In order to put African Americans and xenophobic South Africans together so they can fight against all those other Africans who are clearly inferior towards these Africans, because these Africans live directly with the white European and that's their commonality. Therefore, they are special Negroes. I don't think so. No real African American is going to support any xenophobic, hateful ass, ignorant ass South African, all right, that don't know shit about politics and don't know why that their country is in the situation that it is in. They don't care to hold the people who's actually conducting everything, who's actually hiring the other Africans who coming from other dilapidated places that their white European brothers and sisters disenfranchised and effed up and caused them to have a terrible situation where they had to go to a slightly less terrible place, which is South Africa, to try to make a life for themselves, only to have Negroes like you xenophobic, hateful South Africans who ain't got enough balls to go fight that white man who stole your country. So you so weak, you want to go ahead and fight the low-hanging fruit, and your other brothers and sisters from those white lines created by them Europeans, you want to fight over those lines like a dumbass gang like the Crips and Bloods, fighting over colors that don't belong to you, fighting over streets that don't belong to you. South Africa don't belong to none of y'all, so I don't know why y'all fighting other Africans for South Africa when you should be fighting with other Africans for Azania. That's what you should be doing. So African Americans, we support the South Africans fighting against xenophobia.
Exactly. That's what we do. I support anybody black in their fight against xenophobic black people. Yes. Like he said, there's only two tribes. I'm jacking that. I'm happy East Coast Kev recommended this video. It's only two tribes. Two tribes. Either you with the xenophobic buck dancing, I love my white master tribe, or you with the freedom tribe. That's it. Ain't no middle ground. Choose your side wisely. Ain't no middle ground.
Support the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighter Party, and all affiliated parties. We support all the people fighting against the ignorance within their community in South Africa. We support all the groups that's trying to get all of their land and resources from this white demon in their goddamn country trying to carve out an extra spot for themselves because their white supremacy is losing power globally. We support that. We don't support African Americans, don't support any movement in Africa that shuns, disrespects, or turns away, or fights, or kills any other African because you can't get a job that you won't do anyway. Because that job won't pay the bills for you. That's why you don't do them. Or because you happen to want to live in wage and that white man that you love and you worship so much, right? That white man who won't pay you a living wage, but he'll pay that other Zimbabwean, or he'll pay that other person, he'll pay them some money, some lesser money to do that job that you don't even want to do for that amount of money. Yeah, we don't support y'all, okay? We support the upstanding South Africans who are proud to be African, who view all other Africans as their brothers and sisters. I understand that their voice is not loud right now because you hateful ass xenophobes' voices are very loud, and you're connecting with your brethren, FBA over here, who are ignorant and also loud. And because you are handlers, you are being handled by the white supremacists, white people in South Africa, and ours are being handled by the white supremacists in America. And it just so happens that we got the richest person in the planet, Elon Musk, who your kingsman, who you guys worship and love, over here pressing that same propaganda with all these rich oligarch, freaking rich white folks that we don't know getting together in rooms and figuring out between all the companies that they own, between all the media that they own, between all the social media sites that they own, between all the real estate and property that they own, how they can further suppress and divide black people.
Exactly. I'm happy I seen this video. The brother is teaching right now. And another thing that's also like this so crazy about these people. They like they really think that they like, even though the white people express that they hate them with every ounce of their being, they still express this nonsense that they got some type of solidarity with these white people. Like you can't make this up. They always making it seem like they got some type of special relationship with white people. What's the special relationship? They was whipping your ass and you just stood there and take it. You just stood there and took it. That's the special relationship. Like, you can't make this stuff up. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, yeah. They do want to, shout out to remember the Palawala in the building. Yeah, they do want a caste system. But that's on the low end. On the high end, they just want all black immigrants to be removed. They want to see them dead. All that. But yeah, you know how these bozos do. You know how these bozos do. Yeah, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this.
Both in South Africa and in America. Yeah, those are the enemies. And I understand the FBA and the Dudula movement, or the whatever the hell they call themselves, that xenophobic, hateful, disrespectful ass, freaking subhuman contractual black Negroes over there, you Sambo house Negroes over there putting your hands on your brothers and sisters for the white man, right? Oh, y'all leaving all the POCs alone. You ain't got nothing with them Pakistanis bringing all them drugs and all that criminality. You ain't got no problem with them.
Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing that link them. For all you who don't know, South Africa has a huge Asian population, a huge Asian and Indian population. And for all the people who are not American, when we say Asian, we only talking about people from East Asia. Talking about like from Korea down to Indonesia. We talking about those groups. That's why I'm saying Asian and India, because I don't want nobody saying, oh, India is in Asia, so Indians are Asians. No, in America, we separate that. But yeah, you got a huge Indian population. You got a huge Chinese population. They not saying nothing to those people. You got white people moving there. All that. They're not saying nothing to those people, but they want to attack other black people. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. They do. That's why they keep talking about a hate crime bill. They want to have some type of special status where the hate crime bill says, well, you are the foundation. You are special status in America. Nobody can do nothing to you except white people. Because they cool with white violence. They only start, they cool with that. They cool with that. But to be all seriousness, they do want to be a special class. I don't want nobody saying, oh, we don't want white violence neither. All right, cool. Y'all just want to be a special class of Negroes. That's what y'all really want. They just want to be a special class of Negroes. Shout out to WT in the building. Shout out to Mulatto Vanguard. Tariq might be on the payroll, but you know, Tariq is a grifter, so he could have just been doing this for the love of the grift, and he get his money that way. Because there's a lot of people who's pushing this FBA, this xenophobic stuff. They not getting paid from nobody other than YouTube. They doing it for an AdSense check. Once the AdSense checks dry up, they're gonna go move to something else. They're gonna move to something else. Oh, shout out to RBG for the win in the building. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, some of them understand that they sending us back to Jim Crow, but they don't understand what Jim Crow really is. They think Jim Crow means everybody black gonna live in. What's gonna happen is we're gonna all just recreate Black Wall Street, and we're gonna all live like kings and queens in the new Black Wall Street. That's what they think. That's what they think. That's what they think. Oh, what's up, RS7RV? Always have trouble saying your name, bro. But yeah, shout out to you. You said what? FBA is a special class who stood on business? Nah, never that. Because if you stood on business, you would be down there in Wilmington right now, standing on business. It's a lot of racist white people in Wilmington, North Carolina, whose ancestors killed a whole bunch of black people, and they proud of it. You need to go stand on business with them. Go stand on business down there.
Problem Nigerians. Yeah, Nigerians go. You know why Nigerians get in trouble? Because they go everywhere. They go everywhere. So odds are there's gonna be a Nigerian do something messed up. Same way as the Chinese. You know why Chinese get in trouble all the time? Because they go everywhere. They be everywhere. Huh? You know why? Because they got a lot of them. They go everywhere. So odds are they're gonna get in some trouble. You know who else get in trouble a lot? Americans. Why? Because we go everywhere. We do criminal shit all over the world. We get caught and go to jail in them places too. So that don't mean nothing. Criminality is universal. Yes, every country got. Chinese got more scammers in Africa. India got more scammers in Africa. Russia's the #1 scamming country in the world, right? But y'all want to say the Nigerians are the #1 scammers. Y'all just mad because Nigerians are those African people that's not afraid to leave Nigeria and go be entrepreneurs around the world. You see, when Nigerians come and bring business in South Africa, y'all got a problem. But when that Pakistani, that Indian, that Chinese, that Japanese, that Korean come and start business in your community, you ain't got no goddamn problem with that. You're not going to their goddamn shops trying to push them out of the community. You're not asking them for their papers. You're not telling them to get out your country. You're only telling the black people. That shows how weak you are. You South African xenophobes are weak link niggas, just like them FBA are weak link niggas. And me, African Americans, and the EFF, and them proud ass South Africans who know Azania is the true name of the country, yeah, we're united against y'all. It's us versus you. It's unity versus disunity. Anyway, tell me what y'all think in the comment sections. Afro Think Tank, learn something, teach something. I'm out.
Well, I just learned something. Shout out to Afro Think Tank. Shout out to East Coast Cat for recommending the video. You know we got to give this a thumbs up before we leave. And also, family, speaking of that, make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Shout out to everybody in the building tuning in. Let's move on. Let me see something real quick. I just saw this. I don't know what's going on here. Tariq is claiming that Roland Martin and Joy Reid is now using FBA talking points or whatever the case may be. I don't know. We're going to get into this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going.
If you don't, and the DNC shoves an AIPAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission to not vote for them, because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little AIPAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another AIPAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years. At this point, we have to teach them.
I'm not jacking this. I love Joy Reid, but this is out. This is out of pocket. This ain't it. This ain't it. This is the type of talk while we in the situation we in right now. Because the only people who are going to get hurt by this is regular people. The Democratic Party is fine. Everybody who's a part of the Democratic Party is not going to be hurt by this. They don't get hurt by Trump being in office. They don't get hurt by being out of power. They still getting their paychecks. They still doing their insider trading. They still good. That whole, all right, we not gonna vote. We not doing vote blue no matter who. Oh, we worrying about AIPAC. No. How much more Americans got to suffer? Only Americans suffer behind this. Like respectfully, all this we gotta suffer because we trying to help the Palestinians. That gotta stop, bro. That gotta stop. Because nobody got this energy for the people who suffering in Sudan or people who suffering in the Congo. I'm tired of people coming to black people or anybody else in America saying we gotta suffer for some other thing that's happening in another country that don't affect us, and it doesn't matter how it turns out. Like, let's be real, it doesn't matter. Gaza could become its own country tomorrow or get completely destroyed tomorrow. That don't make no never mind to Americans. That don't affect us. I'm tired of that. People got to stop doing this, because the only people who suffer behind this ideology that we got to break up AIPAC and we can't support somebody, a Democrat who got money from AIPAC, is the American people and other people around the world. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are dead around the world right now because Trump got into office, because people are pushing this ideology. Like, what about everybody else? How many tens of thousands of Americans are dead because of Trump's policies that wouldn't be dead? So we as American people, we got to sacrifice ourselves. We got to sacrifice the rest of the world because we don't like Israel and what they're doing. That's what I be saying. That's why I believe a lot of these people who talk this, we can't support nobody who does AIPAC because of Israel, all that talk. A lot of y'all just anti-Semites. Let's just keep it a being. Y'all just anti-Semites. Y'all anti-Semites because y'all don't got this energy for nobody else, nor would y'all have this energy. It's only the Jews. Where's this energy for Dubai and the UAE? The UAE literally is sponsoring a real genocide, a much more bloodier, bigger genocide in Sudan than anything that is happening in Gaza. But y'all would have never took this stance for Sudan. Where's this energy to protect the Congo? The Congo is literally bleeding. You got kids working in these mines, all that. When y'all gonna take this stance that I'm ready to sacrifice the whole planet, the US population included, for the Congo? When people gonna do that? They never gonna do that. That's why I'm not jacking none of these black lefties, man, because y'all follow behind these white lefties with this. We gotta stand for truth, and we gotta do this and we gotta do that. But they only want to do that when they feel like it benefits them or for a non-black group. For a non-black group. Like, think about this. By Trump winning all those elections that he won, black people are back in Jim Crow. We literally in Jim Crow 2.0. 160 years worth of progress down the drain. That's not fair. That's not fair to ask black people to say, hey, let's throw away 160 years of progress. For what? Because we gotta stop the Democrats from taking AIPAC money, and we gotta worry about the Palestinians. When we sacrifice ourselves and we sacrifice that 160 years, is that going to mean the Palestinians are free? No. So what did we sacrifice ourselves for? The Palestinians are in a worse situation right now. They in a worse situation because Gaza is effectively gone. The East Jerusalem is gone. And now they taking all the West Bank. There is no Palestine anymore. The concept, the hope, the dream that they could possibly be a two-state solution or they could be a Palestine is officially dead. It's officially dead now with Trump getting this second term. So who did this help? Who benefited from this? I'm not jacking this. I'm not jacking this talk, man. I'm not. Like, I can't do it. I'm not. Come on, man. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna. I'm not co-signing this. This is why I'm doing the BYB. First letter B. We doing third wave Black internationalism. And the first rule of third wave Black internationalism is we don't set ourselves on fire to keep nobody else warm, bro. The idea you saying, well, just let Susan Collins win again, so Trump can keep control over the Senate, and then possibly do what? Because this is not just going to stay in Maine. When people pushing this mindset, it's going to spread throughout the country, and then people don't want to show up in the midterms. And then what happened? Trump keep control of the Congress. So it's Trump as the president. Republicans got the Congress, and they got the Supreme Court. And then when they ram through even more stuff that's going to hurt the American people, that's going to take 20 years, 40 years, 60 years to do damage that's going to take all that time to undo. Now what? Now what? Oh, shout out to Percy in the building. I think she's going hard because, again, she's a lefty. She's a lefty right now. That's why. She's a lefty. So all the lefties going hard for Graham Plattner and talking about, oh, it's Plattner. All right, we getting rid of Plattner. Well, you got to put somebody in who represents Plattner's ideology, or we're not going to vote for you. Where was this energy for these demands and stuff like this for other people? I am tired of this. I'm tired of this, bro. This black lefty nonsense is disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. Y'all got to give it up, bro. You got to give it up, man. This is crazy. It just pissed me off. Wait, the Palestinian people didn't mess us up. It was these lefties. The Palestinian people didn't do anything. It's these lefties that was using the Palestinians as political footballs to try to make the Democrats lose so they could be in a position that they are in right now. Think about it. Somebody like Graham Plattner and all the other candidates that they've been running would have never made it, would have never won the primary. They would have never got elected in the general if Kamala Harris had won. They know that. They know that. That's why they push what they push. They know that. You like come on now. They know that. Like, this is ridiculous. And what is Tariq talking about? It's because he's saying don't vote. That's why he's saying that he pushing. They using your talking points. I can't believe Tariq is this stupid. Because somebody is saying don't vote. Like this bozo acting like he invented the concept of don't vote. Don't vote blue no matter who. Like these people are weird.
Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know, the good thing about it, 6 more years if she gets in, she might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
Glitching.
Who cares if she goes the way of Mitch McConnell? You know how much damage Mitch McConnell has done to black people? You know how much damage he has done to this country? Mitch McConnell is a first ballot Hall of Famer in the white man Hall of Fame. Like what are you talking about? Ridiculous.
Freeze it because they don't never want to retire. Why that old lady still? She needs to retire too. But you know what? Leave her in there. If they
isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all 100 years old. But the reality is, we're going to focus on the races where the people get to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Look at this. Stupid tattoos. This is why people were saying Joy Reid was an anti-Semite. And it's sounding like that. You call it a Nazi tattoo. You just referring to it as like, oh, it's just a stupid tattoo. It's just a stupid tattoo. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. I am mad. Like, Joy, you going out like this? You going out like this? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, come on, man. Ridiculous. Nonsense. Yes, people picked him because of his ideology. Who are the people who picked him? A bunch of racist white boys who saw themselves in Plattner. A bunch of racist white boys who saw themselves in Plattner. They like Plattner because he do a little scraping. He's also says racist stuff. He kills minorities. He was a Blackwater mercenary. He doesn't care about social issues. So of course they voted for him. Oh, look, we got a dude who basically believes everything Trump believes, but he got better economic policy than Trump. That's the only thing different between basically the Bernie Bros and MAGA. That's it. The Bernie Bros and MAGA, they believe more stuff than they more like than they different. The only thing that they really different about is economic policy. That's it. When it comes to social policy, they virtually the same. That's why it was so easy for people to go from Bernie Bro to MAGA. Bernie Bro to MAGA. Of course. That's why you think he did so. He did tours in the War on Terror as a Marine, as a soldier in the Army, and as a Blackwater mercenary. You can't make this up. Nothing. Exactly. Nothing. They have nothing to do with us. What we can't. Everybody taking AIPAC money. AIPAC donate to both sides. So what? Only AIPAC care about is Israel. So what? What does that have to do with black people in America? So black people in America got to sacrifice themselves and, again, blow 160 years worth of progress for some people on the other side of the world who are also anti-black. We can't skip over that. Anti-blackness run deep in the Palestinian community. They run deep. Exactly. Talking from pure emotion, talking about teach the Democrats a lesson. What lesson? What lesson? I know it's 90% white. I expect that. That's why I said, like, I already knew, because remember, before this even happened, I told people before Kamala Harris, before that election happened when she lost, I said, if she lose, you're going to see the Democratic Party basically shatter. You're going to have all these lefties, class reductionist lefties, popping up out of the popping up like out of the thin blue sky. You're going to be hearing about candidates and people you never heard about before who are going to be running for office, who are going to say everything right economically, but they're going to say everything wrong when it comes to social issues. They're going to have sketchy passes. This is what I said. I predicted the Grand Plattners. I told people that this was going to happen. And it happened. Think about it. The idea that somebody like Grand Plattner could do record-breaking numbers in a city like Maine. I mean, when people would think about Maine, they think about, super liberal white people who are super nice, and oh my God, they talk about racism and white guilt and all that other stuff. The type of people who would never support somebody like Plattner when you think about Maine. But yet he broke all the records. You know why? Because a lot of disaffected white people who didn't necessarily want to vote Republican or did vote Republican decided, hey, look at Plattner. I like his economic policies, and he's just like me. And they decided to vote for him. Like this is ridiculous. This got me hot. This got me hot.
And so to say, what are you going to do? Like, vote.
Again, this got me hot. This got me hot. But now Tariq is playing a clip. I guess this is supposed to be a Roland Martin, from what I could read, them talking about the election that's coming up between Tariq and somebody else for the U.S. Senator. and they talking about what they got to do with black people, about, hey, black people better show up. So let's see. Let's listen to this.
Republican, like they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Taliban.
Yeah, well, yeah, but what they understand is the couch is actually a choice. And we've seen, and we.
Shame on you, Roland Martin. I understand why you are saying what you are saying, but it's over, bro. We lost. It's over. It's over. We lost. And this type of threatening to not vote and let the racists have all the power, that's over. That's done. Like that's not in the equation. We did this to ourselves. We took ourselves out the driver's seat. Black people took themselves out of the driver's seat. Nobody took black people out the driver's seat. Black people took themselves. Now we got moved to the back row. This type of talk is just going to get us kicked out the whip altogether. It's just going to get us kicked out the whip altogether. And we did it to ourselves. Yes, using the word couch is a choice. He said, yeah. Yes, I don't know why would he even use that word couch, even though Tariq and them didn't invent the concept of couch, just like Yvette Carnell didn't invent the whole concept of voting down ballot. It is closely associated with them, to the point where if you say that, a lot of black people will think them. So this was all around bad for Roland. All around bad for Roland. All around bad. All around bad. This is crazy. All around bad. All around.
I've seen it since Obama ran in 2008, 2012. You have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in black voter participation in every election. It's right there in the numbers.
So why should black people have any say so in who should be running? So if y'all not going to show up and support candidates, mind you, all those candidates that you talking about dropped in their election and they support were picked by black people. Hillary Clinton only got the nomination because black people supported her. Joe Biden only got the nomination because black people supported him. Kamala Harris was in the position she was in to be handed the nomination in 2024 is because black people supported her so much, which they basically forced Joe Biden to make her the vice presidential pick. And guess what? Black people didn't show up. So why should we allow y'all to keep picking who the candidate is if y'all not going to show up when it's time to actually vote for the candidate and put them in a position of power? Why? This is another thing I was saying that I said was going to happen if Kamala Harris lost. You was going to have this issue where people are going to just say, you know what? Y'all niggas don't get the pick no more. And then you're going to have a bunch of black people crying about it, demanding still be in a position of leadership, but they're going to have no real leverage. What is the leverage here? Black people don't show up. What happened? They just going to go further in the fuck black people direction. I'm cursing right now because I'm really hot right now. Black people do show up. It's going to be like, yeah, y'all knew better. We put ourselves in this situation. Things only get worse from here. They only get worse from here. They only get worse from here. They only get worse from here. And it'll be other people's fault, and they did what they did, and they'll deserve it. You said black people are finally waking up. They're not waking up. Are you stupid? The people, Roland Martin and them is trying to leverage the power of saying, hey, don't kick us out. Don't move us to the back burner if you still want us to support. They're not saying the Democrats didn't do nothing for black people. And again, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you don't come up and support the party after you pick the candidate. So we move you to the back burner, and then now you crying. See, this is the game. FBA bozos like yourself told black people, don't vote for the Democrats, don't support the Democrats, right? Because they don't do nothing for us. Now, because y'all don't support the Democrats have moved past you, and then now you want to say, see, I told you they wasn't our friend. I told you they didn't care about us. Politics ain't about feelings, bro. Politics ain't about feelings. I know black people showed up for her in record numbers, but again, she still lost. Why? Because of what? Tariq was able to reach other communities, and they have made their broader base. This is what I was talking about. If Kamala Harris loses, that's going to change the messaging. That's going to change the equation. That's going to change the groups that they are trying to go after. Like, again, with a Plattner, how many people voted Democrat for a Plattner who would never vote Democrat because of what he represents? How many people voted for Tariq who would have never voted for Tariq? Like, they are changing their message, and they are not dealing with identity politics and putting black issues front and center. Like we just talked about when we started the show about Wilmington. Wilmington had something called the Fusion Party. A fusion party, and it was an integrated party. It had white people and black people in it. And that party had the best economic policies, and they had the best system for everybody. White people were even the biggest beneficiaries of the system. But you know what white people did? They rolled with the Dixiecrats, who were a bunch of racist slave owners who did rich, racist, former slave owners who never did nothing for nobody. And why did they roll with them? They rolled with them because of racism. Fast forward. Why did white people come out and support FDR the way they did? And the Democrats the way they did? Why? Because the Democrats were not only racist, but they had the best economic policies to go with it. So what we're seeing now is that you're going to start seeing a lot of Democrats, a lot of people running as Democrats who are, I wouldn't say openly racist, but they kind of don't care about social issues or saying that they don't matter, or they the Grand Platinum types who got a sketchy past, but they're going to have the best economic policies, and they're going to get more white support than ever. And guess what? Black people are not going to be able to overcome that level of white support. They're not going to be able to overcome it, no matter how they vote now. This is what I was saying. If Kamala Harris loses, we go into Jim Crow 2.0. It's Jim Crow 2.0, and it only gets worse from there. We take ourselves out the equation. We are not in the equation. The Democrats have already, people running as Democrats have already shown you can win without black people. You can win without black people. The only leverage black people really got right now when it comes to the Democratic Party is that the primaries start in South Carolina and run through the South. The Democratic primary for president start in South Carolina and run through the South. Which means whatever candidate black people back will get such a big lead up in the beginning that nobody else is going to be able to overcome it. That's how Hillary Clinton got the nomination. That's how Obama got the nomination. That's how Hillary Clinton got the nomination. That's how Joe Biden got the nomination. That's how Kamala Harris got to be the vice president and also got handed the nomination in 2024. That's the only leverage we got left. And the current chairman of the DNC is working to get rid of that. He's working to get rid of that as we speak. No, it's not solved by voting blue no matter who. It's not solved by voting blue no matter who. Like that's what I'm saying. We in a lose-lose situation. There is no win. There is no win here. It's only bad and worse. Voting for whoever the Democrat is and still trying to work inside the party, even though we got diminished say, will produce a better outcome than saying, well, we just not going to participate at all. Because if we take the route that we're not going to participate at all, we're going to have people like Grand Platinum running, but worse. And this is what that's what I was talking about. This was a messed up situation. A messed up situation. Because people talk like, all right, well, Trump just get in office. We're going to teach the Democrats a lesson. We just going to sit out of this election. And then next time, if the Democrats do right or we get who we want, we'll just put them in and they'll fix all the bad stuff that Trump did. But that's not the case. That can't happen this time. It went too far. This is why that other bozo, Dr. Eddie something, his name starts with a G, he was on Karen Hill apologizing because he was one of the people who was promoting this don't vote for the Democrat stuff. And he was like, well, I didn't think people would actually do it. He said that. He was out here promoting something that he knew that if people actually followed through with it, it would be an unmitigated disaster, especially for the Black population. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that video. Yeah. Let me see if I can find that video of this dude apologizing for telling Black people to do something that he knew was wrong, and he didn't really mean it. He didn't really know people were gonna do it. He was just talking. Let me see. I found it. Here we go. Let's look at this real quick.
Glaude is here, and I've been heavily critical of you. Dr. Eddie Glaude is here, and I've been heavily critical of you, which I know you know. And so I'm glad that you came because a lot of people try to avoid it. I'm not, here.
I want to understand that criticism, though. I want you to help me out with the criticism.
Okay.
Ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear.
President against Trump. When Hillary was running for president,
right?
When Hillary was running for president against Trump, I was on these airways every day. I was like, I don't care what she does. There are 3 Supreme Court seats, and that's way more important to us than whether you like Hillary Clinton, whether you think she's a warmonger, whether you think she has children in the basement. And those would be horrible things. But these 3 Supreme Court seats are problematic. And Trump can win if he gets the nomination. I was saying this way before when there were 11 candidates in, because I've been a journalist in New York City. I know what the magic is of that damn platform he was on, The Apprentice. These people out here don't know. And he also represents the kind of white nationalism, whiteness that people have been dying for. Unabashed. They love this. He's not equivocating. I'm telling you what this is. I said he could win if he gets there. So we started something called the Party of
And I've admitted that you
couldn't win.
Right. I did. And I've admitted that, I overestimated white folk. I admit that.
How long have you been around these people?
No, I never thought that they would elect someone so obviously unqualified to be the president of the United States. I didn't think that he was going to turn out all of those low propensity white voters at the rate that he did. And I also know this, that when we look at the numbers, that the Hillary campaign, when we look at Robbie Mook and what he was doing, I remember Robbie Mook walking on set and not paying attention to anybody because he thought he had it in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
And when we look at the way in which Black people voted, what did they do?
That's enough. Again, I'm happy you acknowledge. Again, that proves my point, like I was saying. Because we ain't gonna watch the whole thing. We already watched the whole thing before, and I don't know the exact part where he goes into further detail of apologizing. But yeah, as you heard, he was promoting some nonsense, and they're like, "Well, why was you doing that?" Well, I didn't think white people was gonna show up at that rate, and he was gonna go on and talk about, well, he didn't see how the voting of Black people would just drop off a cliff like that. Maybe people like you had a role in it by telling people not to vote for Hillary Clinton. Maybe that's the reason why so many Black people didn't show up to vote, because that's what he was going to talk about. How Black people didn't vote, how the number of Black people who came out to vote went down. And he's like, well, that's my bad. I didn't know that many white people was going to come out and vote for Trump, and I didn't know that many Black people weren't going to come vote. Maybe if you wasn't pushing what you was pushing, that wouldn't have happened. This is why you don't push nonsense. This is why you don't push nonsense. This is why you don't push nonsense. Oh, salute to you, bro. That's the best solution right there. That's why I said, like, right now, I used to tell people that, well, what I used to say. Matter of fact, this is what I'll say about this issue. People trying to become more connected with Africa and the African continent, that is like a great viable solution moving forward. That is a great viable solution moving forward. Because as I just explained, and y'all just heard me explain, we cooked. We in a bad spot. And best case scenario, it's going to take us 40 years to dig ourselves out of this hole. 40 years just to get back to zero. Not to get into a better position, but to just get back to zero. 40 years. 40 years. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me look at some of these comments. Let me see something. Wait, time out. This person got to get banned. I got to ban you. Let me get him out of here. You're banned. You said, so what? The Supreme Court is lost. You rather that than crooked Hillary Clinton, who called us, who said we super predators. Bozo. Everybody said black was calling everybody super predators. You do know the majority of black people, the super majority of black people supported the 94 crime bill. You do know the majority of people was talking like that at the time. You do know that, right? It wasn't just Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton wasn't in office. She didn't write no legislation. She was just the first lady. And she was doing what the first lady is supposed to do, support her husband, who was supporting what black people wanted. You know, black people was happy when the 94 crime bill happened, right? You know, support for Bill Clinton went up after the 94 crime bill, right? Among black people. They wanted that. You do know that, right? And you saying, so what, the Supreme Court is lost. That means we back in Jim Crow 2.0. That's that. What kind of nonsense is that? I'd rather be back in Jim Crow 2.0, where best case scenario, it'll take the black race to 40 years just to get back to zero. That's best case scenario, which is probably not going to happen. Then have Hillary Clinton be president because a couple decades ago, she said the word super predator, which everybody was saying at the time. Nonsense. Nonsense. Yeah, you're a bozo. You are a bozo. That's why I called you a bozo. You're a bozo. Only a bozo would think like this. Imagine Jews saying, I'm going to support the Nazis. I'd rather the Nazis win than the Allies win because I heard Churchill said something anti-Semitic 2 decades ago. So who cares if the Nazis win and they kill us all? Churchill said something's anti-Semitic two decades ago. What kind of stupidness is that? What kind of stupidness is that? What kind of stupidness is that? You said Jim Crow 2 is inevitable? Yeah, it's inevitable right now because we got stupid people like you, bozos like you in the building. We got bozos like you running around the black community who's saying stupid stuff like, well, I'd rather lose the Supreme Court than allow Hillary Clinton to get in office because she said super predator. Of course, we was going back to Jim Crow 2.0. We got, as the community is filled with people like you. Yeah, it was inevitable. If now that I think about it, yeah, it was inevitable. We got a bunch of bozos in the community. It was inevitable. It was inevitable that we would do something like that, that we would sacrifice 160 years worth of progress and struggle. Of course. Just throw it away. It don't mean nothing. Of course. Community filled to the rim with bozos. Of course. Of course. Let's get back to this. This is ridiculous. Oh my God.
I don't know what the hell they're looking at, and it's there in the data. I don't understand.
All right, the first thing we got to...
Yeah.
We got to go back. We're going to let Tariq talk now. But this can't. Oh, shout out to 350 in the building. Exactly. Bozos dug their own grave. Like, y'all not hurting Hillary Clinton. You know Hillary Clinton is not dying with us, right? You do know that the white liberals that you trying to punish, they not hurt by this, right? That work for the DNC. They still getting a paycheck. They still making millions doing insider trading. They good. They straight. They straight. They straight. They not hurt by this. They not hurt by this. Exactly, Lord of Slaughter. Because you know what's so funny? Black people was saying it too, and they was talking about people who was selling drugs, people who was gang banging, and all that other stuff. Can't make this up. Give out. Oh my God. Yeah, I gotta stop talking to you. Oh, shout out to Purcell in the building. Oh, Purcell, shout out. Oh, I gotta shout out Purcell. Shout out to you, Purcell, for I think you hit me on the Cash App. Much appreciated. I was looking for you yesterday to shout you out. You didn't come through yesterday, but it's all good. You here today. Shout out to Purcell. Thank you for coming through on the Cash App. Family, you could also come through on the Cash App too. You know, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all that. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Any day of the week. Any day of the week. But yeah, let's get into this. Let's hear what Tariq got to say. Let's hear what Tariq got to say. Let's hear what Tariq got to say.
Talk about family. We got to talk about some of the Democrat operatives. Family, have you guys noticed a lot of the Democrat operatives are now sounding just like the foundational Black American grassroots? Have y'all noticed that?
Tariq is such a dummy, bro. These people are saying these things. First of all, Joy Reid is not a Democratic operative. You just call everybody a Democratic operative. She's not a Democratic operative. Roland Martin is saying what he's saying because they're trying to find some way to salvage this messed up situation. Like, what y'all was saying is not the same. It's not the same. Not the same at all. But yeah, keep going. It's ridiculous.
For a long time, for the last 6-7 years, the Democrat operatives were the main ones criticizing foundational Black Americans. Boy, they were on our ass. Those of us speaking up for the lineage, boy, they were denigrating us, talking about we're a cult. And
Tariq just acknowledged that FBA is a movement. He just acknowledged that it was a group. One, he said the FBA grassroots. That's not quote unquote the lineage. And you said us who are speaking up for the lineage. That means y'all are a group. Like, he's so stupid. You just acknowledged you were a group and you were the leader of the group. You were the spokesman of the group. You're so stupid. And again, people were telling you bozos to vote to keep us from being in a situation like this. You forced the issue. Now we in a situation where now people might say, well, y'all going too far right now, so we might not vote if y'all keep going in that direction. You got it to this point. Y'all got it to this point. By not voting, you got it to this point. Y'all got it to this point. Can't make this up, man. 160 years worth of progress down the drain.
we're the Black MAGA and we're funded by the CIA. And remember Joy Reid. Oh, we're Russian bots and they were denigrating the foundational Black American grassroots. All on national TV, getting on national TV saying, don't listen to them and don't listen to Tariq calling me out by name, throwing my name in the mix. They were really, really denigrating us when we said, hey, we're going to have to get some tangibles if we vote. We'll vote for the couch. And remember, you have the Rolands and people like that hopping out. You stupid fool. Don't vote for the couch. That's dumb as hell. A vote for the couch is a vote for Trump. I mean, we were just getting run through the ringer by these people.
Voting for the couch in that situation was a vote for Trump. Like, these people are so stupid. You don't even paying attention to politics. Things change. Things change. But this is what we at with it right now. Oh yeah. Also, Lord of Slaughter. I just saw something. Don't delete that dude messages, because yeah, he ain't say nothing disrespectful. He engaging with the content. I may not agree with what he's saying, but he engaging with the content. So yeah, don't delete his message. Don't delete his messages. Can't make this up, man. I know I saw you chopping them heads. I just looked over there and I just saw you've been chopping some heads off, and I'm cool with it. But that dude, I think his name is Johnny Ace. Don't chop him yet, because he ain't say nothing too crazy and disrespectful. He just disagreeing. And you know what? We can I can handle that. Oh, shout out to somebody who came through with the 5. I can't really see your name. I think I see Maul. Malls like that. What is that? I can't even see that other letter. I'm gonna have to go check it out. Check it out. But yeah, thank you for the 5. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
But the thing is, none of that worked. Everybody stood on their square. The black grassroots didn't waver. We stood on righteous justice because we know that we are on the right side of history. We know what we're saying is right.
You're not on the right side of history. You're totally wrong. And again, they're not saying what you're saying. They're not saying what you're saying. You're so stupid that you think that if somebody say, well, we shouldn't vote, it's the same thing as what you're saying. They're not talking about supporting Trump. You were talking about Trump support. It's not the same. Can't make this up. You cannot make this up.
What we're saying is not false. We are a very unique lineage, and we need some tangibles, and we need justice and respect and protection for the people of that lineage. That's a righteous justice claim. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, family. That is not xenophobic. That is not hateful. That is not cult-like. That is looking out for your lineage, as you should. You understand? And we were denigrated nonstop. They were paying big money to have people out here to denigrate the black grassroots. We were standing on lineage business, and they were telling us, oh, no, you are Africa, nigga. Oh, no, you hate Africa. Oh, why do you hate yourself? Oh, it just really just throwing all types of crap at us. But most of us stood on our square. When you stand on your square, when you stand on righteous justice, the world comes around. You understand? The world will come around and see things your way, which is the right way.
Oh my God, this bozo. This bozo. Oh, also, the person who sent the 5, your name is like Matt Look. I can't even see. Matt Look Noel? Mac Look Noel? I don't know. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Let me know how I'm supposed to pronounce it. But yeah, because I can't really see it. But yeah, this dude is a bozo. You didn't stand on no righteous business. Where's the righteousness in what you just end this? You literally sent the black help send the black race back to Jim Crow. Where's the righteousness? Where you now have people in positions where it's like, hey, y'all going too far. Y'all going too far. Like, if y'all keep going this far, y'all could just break this whole thing. Y'all gotta pump some brakes on it. All right. Y'all picking who y'all picking, but you know, we gotta have a say too. Like, you can't make this up. You put us in this situation. Black people went from pushing the whip to in the back seat to now we in a position where we might even get kicked out the whip altogether. And you talking about righteousness and standing on a square. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, this is self-fulfilling. oh, the Democrats don't really bang with us. They're going to kick us out. They don't really want us. Blah, 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 blah. Let's not support them. Oh, look, we didn't support them. They lost. So now they're creating a new strategy without us. They bumped us out the equation. They dropped us down. Oh, see, I was right. Of course, I would have did the same thing. Oh, shout out to the hood mistress in the building. Shout out to hood mistress in the building. Let me see something. Let's go to these comments. Oh, you said exactly. Exactly. That's exactly it is. But you sounded like you in a lot. Matter of fact, you're not even in alignment with them. You one of these. You like the dude I just played. You was one of those never Hillary types. Johnny Ace. You was one of these never Hillary types who helped bring us to the same point. Minus the xenophobia. Minus the xenophobia. I can't. So yeah. What you say? You said Pan-Africanism is the future. See, that's a good reason why I didn't block you or put you on timeout. Because I think we and you just having this issue, this agreement about over the Hillary Clinton and the Democrats, which is a big disagreement, by the way. Because what you was promoting, that's no good. That's no good. That's no good. But let's get back to this.
You understand? We weren't talking about harming anybody. We weren't talking about disenfranchising anybody. We weren't talking about undermining anybody. We were just talking about, hey, some respect needs to be put on us and our lineage. We've done so much for so many people for so long, there has to be respect on it. There's nothing wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen. But boy, they tried to shame us and all that. And we said, no, you're not going to shame us. We mean what we say. You're going to respect us. We're not going to take any disrespect. We're going to clap back at you. We're going to make you accountable. And we've been making people accountable. We've not let people disrespect us. They come out their mouth sideways. We clap back on them and remind them, hey, you fled here, buddy. Man.
Oh my God. See, this is again, we about to just get off this. So instead of even talking about how you trying to connect what you was pushing with Joy Reid and stuff, you're basically just using the clips you play of them talking to justify xenophobia. You can't make this up. You're the dummy. I'm smarter than you. You're probably a part of FBA. You probably didn't probably stop learning in the 3rd grade. You effectively stopped learning in the 3rd grade. You didn't make it out the 9th grade, but you're the dummy. I'm smarter than you. Also, I never been wrong about nothing I ever said. I never been wrong. That's the funny part. Everybody's smarter than me, but I'm the only one who got no L's. I'm the only one with no L's. Can somebody ever point out where I said something wrong? Where I said, well, this and that is going to happen, and it didn't happen the way I said it was going to happen? I never been wrong. I never been wrong. To this day, nobody can say I ever got it wrong when talking about politics. Never. Exactly. Hold people accountable by talking about hairlines and calling people tethers, a slur that he made up. You can't make you can't. You can't. But anyway, let's keep it going.
You fled here for a reason, and you were able to flee here for a reason because of us. You're not going to disrespect us. So enough of us said, hey, we're just not going to be disrespected no more. All these shaming tactics, that's not going to work. When you walk in the door to speak with us, you're going to come in with respect.
And the funny thing about this is also Tariq is talking like this, but the whole point of Roland Martin was talking about was that the Democrats are not doing that to Black people. They are doing the whole Texas platform for the Democrats don't got no Black people on it. They basically bump Black people out the equation and they ready to live with whatever come of it. If they win without black people, good. They lose because of black people, even better. Because now that gives them a justification to push even more in the direction of fuck black people. It gives them a justification to exclude black people even more. It gives them a justification to bring other groups in even more. Nobody's talking to us at all. See, this is how stupid he is. That's the issue at hand. They're not talking to us. So we wasn't going to vote. So they know they got to talk to us with respect. Now they're not talking to us at all. We're not in the building. They are putting platforms together and we have no say-so in it. None. Zero. None. Like, that's the whole point. That's what we were saying. That's what I was saying, that if Kamala Harris loses this election, that's it. The Democratic Party, as you know it, will be broken. Will be broken. And we will have bumped. We won't be in the driver's seat, and we probably won't even be a part of the equation. They're going to create a new equation that doesn't rely on us. Like, hey, well, we don't need black people to come out at Obama levels no more. We can live with black people coming out in the 70s because we're going to change how our stance on social issues like this, and we're going to get more white people to vote for us. We're going to get more other groups to vote for us. And it's working. It's working. Remember, Graham Plattner won the primary, and he was on his way to win the general if he didn't drop out. Mondani won the primary and the general. Who else? Tariq won the primary in Colorado. Lady won the primary in I can't remember none of these people's names. In New Jersey, she won the primary and she won the general. Also in New York, DAC, she won the primary. They are winning. And their winning strategy, we are not a part of that equation. We are not. We are not. See, this is what Joy Reid was just talking about, some lefty stuff. She wasn't talking no black stuff. She was just talking about some lefty stuff. Roland Martin here was talking about, hey, y'all just can't leave us out like that. Like show me where people are now, the Democrats are bending over backwards to get black people to come out and support. Show me how people are losing when they're taking this new stance. They're racking up W after W after W after W after W after W.
And see, family, that's why the term foundational Black American is so damn powerful, because when you use that term, you walk in the door with respect. When you say foundational, you're putting respect on the lineage. Just saying the term is a respect term. You're paying homage.
And who's using the term? What politician is using the term? Talking about, using the term is paying homage and respect. Who's using the term? Who's using the term? Show me the politician who say, you know what? FBAs, please come out and vote for us and support us. Show me the Democratic politicians doing that. Yes, that's the whole point. Like, remember that whole when the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act and they showed all that blue turning red, those were black areas. Those weren't Democratic areas. Those were black areas. Those districts were specifically drawn so that black people would have say. Not Democrats, black people, because they even pointed out in the case that just by making it the area Democrat, where the majority of the people live there are Democrats, don't guarantee black people will have a say. Black people could have did anything with those seats. They could have voted Democrat, they could have voted Republican, they could have voted independent, they could have even created their own political party, and voted for somebody who did that, and they would have guaranteed to win. That's what they were set up for. And guess what? All that is gone, and it's never coming back. Never coming back. That's why I say our best case scenario is us getting back to like what? Getting back to zero. We getting around zero. Them seats ain't coming back. I don't see it. Maybe. That's all I said. Matter of fact, since I said best case scenario, yeah, best case scenario, we could probably get those seats back, where we could get a new Supreme Court in there. We could argue that the Voting Rights actually means this, and these states are in violation of the Voting Rights Act, and we get a new Supreme Court to overturn what the last one said. That's best case scenario, but that's most likely not going to happen. Not going to happen. I don't see nobody getting elected in the future or enough people getting put on that Supreme Court that would actually reverse that. I don't see it. Yes, it's not again, not just Tariq, Enigma. It's everybody who was pushing this don't vote. That's why I showed whatever his name is, Dr. Eddie Glado or whatever his name is, Glad or whatever, because he was pushing that nonsense too. They destroyed it, but at least he was smart enough to realize he made a mistake, and that he never intended for that to happen, because he never thought that white people would actually come out and support Trump at those levels. And a lot of people probably also thought that black people would never not vote at the super high Obama levels. He is not the GOAT. He's the choke. He's not the GOAT. He's the choke. You wasn't here earlier when we showed the video of him apologizing for his stance that he took that helped put black people in the situation we in right now? Not the GOAT.
So on a subconscious level, you coming in the door with respect when you acknowledge the lineage. And when we acknowledge the lineage, there's an automatic respect on it. And when you put respect on your lineage, you put respect on your ancestors. When you put respect on your ancestors are energized, then they come back and protect you, and they produce justice for you.
Now, see, this is why FBA is a cult. So we're going to honor our ancestors by throwing away everything they ever fought for. And by doing that, we honor them, we energize them, and then they come back and protect us and produce justice. You just heard what he said? This ain't cult talk. This ain't cult talk. And exactly, ancestors are African. This is a grown man who said this, and he got a bunch of people following him, co-signing it. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back. We got to bring that back. I'm sorry. We got to bring that back.
Respect on your ancestors. When you put respect on your ancestors are energizable. You coming in the door with respect when you acknowledge the lineage. And when we acknowledge the lineage, there's an automatic respect on it. And when you put respect on your lineage, you put respect on your ancestors. When you put respect on your ancestors are energized, then they come back and protect you, and they produce justice for you. This is why the delineation movement feels like a spiritual movement, because it is. There's
okay, nobody from FBA can never say that y'all not in a cult and y'all not in a group. Y'all in a cult. I don't want to hear no more talk about, oh, we not a cult, we not a group, we not a movement. Tariq just called y'all a movement. He said it's a spiritual movement. Y'all in a cult. This is a cult. This is a cult.
The spiritual element to it, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Y'all share this space. We're talking some good stuff tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Share this space. But family, I want you to listen to Joy Reid. I'm going to play a little clip of Joy Reid. I'm going to play a little audio clip. I want you to listen to.
This is insane in the men brain. Oh my God. I think I want to save this for later, because it's like, maybe we can go on to something else. This is insane. 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 I think we'll let him just do Joy Reid, and then we're going to go on to something else. Because I can't. Because we still didn't even get to Kamala and Vaush yet. I can't.
Your girl Joy Reid, Congolese Joy Reid. I'm going to play a little something with Joy. Joy kind of sounds like us a little bit. Listen to Joy.
Sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn.
Hold on, let me take it back.
Who they sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little AIPAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another AIPAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years. At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know, the good thing about it is 6 more.
Oh my God. And I just noticed something. You heard her mention the UAE, right? She's only mad with the UAE because the UAE gave Trump a plane. Nothing about the UAE supporting a genocide in Sudan. See, this is why the black lefty is a problem. They a problem. All this crying about AIPAC and all this other stuff, and we can sacrifice the American people and we can sacrifice people all around the globe because while helping Trump keep the Congress, while he already got the Supreme Court and he's president, it means more pain for America and people around the globe. But it's okay because we got to defeat AIPAC because of the Palestinians. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. And also, Tariq, she sounds nothing like you. Nothing. But we're going to let him talk.
He said we have to teach the Democrats how to treat us. Damn, Joy, that's what we said about 5-6 years ago, and you said we were Russian bots. Wow, Joy. That's interesting. Let me play a little bit more. Hold on.
As if she gets in.
Exactly, Hood Mistress. This guy is so dumb. He is so dumb. So dumb. And on top of that, she was calling y'all Russian bots because that's exactly what y'all was doing. Remember, you were a part of ADOS. ADOS was pushing it wasn't pushing. They are a white nationalist psyop, just like you are. And the Russians bots were pushing the white nationalist psyop too. Y'all all was pushing it, trying to help Trump win the election. This ain't the same thing. But let's keep going.
She might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
Glitching and freezing because they don't never want to retire. Why that old lady still? She needs to retire too. But you know what? Leave her in there.
Isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all old. They're all 100 years old. But the reality is we're going to focus on the races where the people get to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Okay, hold on.
Tariq don't even know who Graham Plattner is. He probably do because Tariq watches me, so he probably learned who he is from me. But let's hear him keep going.
Let me play another part. Hold on.
Face him with somebody who is ideologically the same, because that is what was decided. The people of Maine, the Democratic voters of Maine said we want a progressive. They did not say they want an AIPAC moderate. So the Democratic Party in Maine ought to pick someone who is ideologically the same or ideologically similar as Plattner. If you don't, and the DNC shoves an AIPAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission to.
Okay. Now let me play Roland.
Exactly. Peanut is in the same bed with him. I don't know how neither, but she's definitely still in the same bed with him. I think that's her in the background snoring. Because you can hear that noise in the background when it's like, that's probably Peanut. That's Peanut. Most likely. Shout out to you. Let's keep it going.
Let me play Roland. Let me play your boy Roland. All right. And y'all, excuse my dog in the damn back. My big ass dogs. They're in the house snoring.
Oh my God. That's how true it is. I did not watch. See, I know Tariq like the back. I gotta stop covering Tariq for a little bit because this is getting scary. How much I can just predict what Tariq is gonna say. I didn't even watch this video. Crazy.
Okay, let me play your boy Roland real quick. Hold on, where are we? Come on, thing. Okay. Listen to Roland. Hold on.
Be very upset. She texted me and
hold
was
on.
very upset.
Let me fast forward. Hold on.
Voting for Tariq if he won't even, when he needs us, come and speak with us and listen to our issues and develop a strategy to address our issues. And so to say, what are you going to do? Like vote Republican? Like they don't think we have a choice. They think that we have to vote for Tariq.
But what they don't understand is that the couch is actually a choice. And we've seen it since Obama.
Yeah. Roland Martin was bad for using that term couch, bro. Again, that terminology, as far as I know, didn't originate with Tariq and Nasheed and FBA, but to use that terminology, knowing that they listen to you all the time, Roland, like, come on, man, that was bad optics. You could have used a different term, bro. You could have used a different term. Let me see. Somebody said something to me. I think this is the person who said, what do you mean make sure we on the winning side? We lost the war. The war is over now. That's it. The war is over now. We're talking about Civil War winning side. The war is over. The war is over. We lost. We lost. That's the war. It's over. All we doing right now is managing the defeat. That's it. We managing the defeat and we trying to figure out how can we bounce back for round 2. But this war is over. We lost that war. Shout out to Green Goblin in the building with this great question. Yeah. Hand colors 1 through 5. Does it still count now? Because again, you have did a complete 180 on all that stuff. He did a 180 on it. He did a complete 180. I complete 180. So yeah, we got to ask Tariq. Does that count? Does King Colors 1 through 5 still count? Is that information still solid? Is it still good? Shout out to Lord of Slaughter. Yes, that might be that transformer. Ain't the dog. That's the transformer. Somebody said, Hey Ru. I think that's Hey Ru. You said why the couch is bad. What you mean by that? What you mean? Like why the couch is bad now, or why was it bad before? Exactly. That is not the dog. But let's get back to this. Of course. Shout out to who is this? Pan-African Resistance. Yeah. Tariq never believed in anything. He's a grifter. He don't believe in nothing. Tariq don't even believe in pimping. He just grifted that. He grifted everything. Most likely. I said the war is over. You didn't just hear what I said? I said the war is over. We lost. All we can do now is manage the defeat and gear up for the next war. To gear up for round 2. We lost. We lost that already. Like the stuff Tariq and them is talking, that battle is over. We lost that. That's over. We lost. The war to keep us out of Jim Crow 2.0 and the war to keep our place in the Democratic Party. Yeah, that war. That war is over. Shout out to you, Eric. That war is over. We lost. That whole we the backbone of the Democratic Party. Y'all can't be putting together platforms without us. That's over. That's clipped. That's clipped. That is clipped. That's done.
Obama ran in 2008, 2012. you have seen a drop. You have seen a drop in Black voter participation in every election. It's right there in the numbers. I don't know what the hell they're looking at, and it's there in the data. I don't understand it.
But
Damn, Roland said the couch is an option.
Yes, they are looking at the data, Roland. That's the reason why. Think about this. Let's think about this logically. Let's take all the emotion out of it. Let's take Black people out of it. Let's take America out of it. Let's do this. We have a political party, right? We are part of a political party. There's one side that has disproportionate power in the party for whatever reason, to the point where they can single-handedly pick who's going to be the nominee for the party, and we all just got to fall in line and support that person, even if we personally don't like them. This side A, or Group A, People A, pick a candidate for 2 elections straight, right? They come out at big numbers, they help them win, put them over the top. We get the third candidate. Nobody wants this third candidate, but People A put third candidate over the top, right? And then when it's time to make sure third candidate beat his opposition, People A don't come out and vote. So third candidate lose. All right. We lost because People A didn't come out. Now, candidate, 4, he goes up to vote, right? Like People A put candidate 4 over the top. And then they come out and they help candidate 4 beat the opposition. All right. Fast forward. We got candidate 5. People A put candidate 5 over the top, right? Over the top. He wins. He wins the primary. He wins. Now he's in the general. People A don't show up again, and now candidate 5 loses. Don't you think it's time that we create a new dynamic so that People A don't got this disproportionate amount of power to just pick whoever they want? Or do you think we should just take People A altogether out the driver's seat or something? Or just keep everything the same? People would say yes. People A got to move around. They got to take a back seat. They cannot be in the driver's seat no more. Because not only are they picking candidates that nobody else wants, they're not even showing up for the candidate that they picked. So it makes sense. I'm watching, like think about it. Everybody's watching this. They're watching Black people pick people. Black people picked Obama twice. I mean, excuse me, not twice, because you picked him the one time, so he was automatically the nominee the second time, right? Black people picked Obama, put him over the top. Black people picked Hillary Clinton. Nobody else wanted Hillary Clinton but Black people. And then when it was time to show up and vote and make sure she beat Trump, Black people disappeared. Joe Biden. Nobody wanted Joe Biden but Black people. Black people put Joe Biden over the top and help him win the primary and made sure that Kamala Harris was going to be his vice president. When he went up against Trump, he won because Black women, Black people, especially Black women, came out in big numbers. Fast forward. Joe Biden drops out. So, of course, Kamala gets the nomination, right? She gets it. She going against Trump. Remember, Kamala is only there because of Black people. Nobody else wanted Kamala but Black people. Black people disappear. Now Kamala loses to Trump. Why on earth would we keep the same political equation the same, that keep letting Black people pick candidates that nobody wants, and then they might show up for them or they might not show up for them? Why would we keep doing that? Why would we keep doing that? Why would we keep doing that? Oh, you trolling? Let me put you on timeout. Let me put you on timeout because you're an indigenous bozo. We don't play with indigenous bozos over here. This is an African channel. This is a Black channel. This is not fairy tale channel. I believe we will be back too. That's why I said I didn't say we was done forever. That's why I said, like, we will get past this, but we should have never been in this position to begin with. That's the issue at play. Because we supposed to be pushing it forward, not retaking old territory. Because again, if we do end up gearing up and we do get the victory, know where that leaves us? You know where that leaves us at? At zero. How much? That's a waste of time. We fight to retake real estate we already had that we gave away freely. We fought to get the hill, then we left the hill. And then the enemy took the hill back. Now we got to fight and take the hill back. Waste of time. Waste of time. When did Joe Biden say he was going to give black people reparations? The only person who even entertained the concept of giving us reparations was Kamala Harris, and that's how she fell out the lead. What do you mean? What you mean she ran off that? No, she didn't. She had those people supporting her. She had multiple people supporting her. See, are you one of these bozos who think that because she did campaign events with Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, that means that's how she was talking to all black people? Are you one of those? Because you know, well, she also did campaign events with people in the church. And was Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion there? No. See, when you trying to reach out to people, different segments of a population, you're going to go to whoever got the most influence with those populations. When she was trying to reach out to the black people in church, she was with a bunch of pastors at church. She trying to reach out to young people and women, she's got Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion with her. You see how that works, right? You see how that works. She trying to reach out to black men, she talking to Shannon Sharp. You see how that works. She didn't run a campaign or look, I got Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion with me. Vote for me. Y'all just be saying anything. It's disgusting. You said I'm a racist? If you are a racist, it's a public channel. What do you mean I'm a racist, it's a public channel? Well, let me send you. Don't need to be on a racist channel then. Let me send you up out of here. Let me put you on timeout so you get your mind right. Put you on timeout so you get your mind right. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Kamala Harris never said she wasn't giving no black people no reparations. She never said that. That whole clip about when she said she wasn't going to do nothing, I'm not going to do nothing only for black people, which makes all the sense in the world. She was right. How is she going to run for president saying, vote for me, I'm only going to do things for black people? On top of that, there's no such thing as only doing things for black people. We live in America. America doesn't do only some things for no group. Think about this. What she was promoting was programmatic policies. Programmatic policies. Like when these bozos be like, oh, Asians got a hate crime bill. No, they did. It wasn't just for Asians. But it was mainly for Asians, just like immigration reform is not just for Latinos, but the main group benefiting off it is Latinos. Just like the H-1B1 visas. The main group benefiting off that is Indians, but it's not just for Indians. Just like a bunch of civil rights legislation. That wasn't just for black people, but the main beneficiaries of it were black people. Like this nonsense that, well, if it ain't only just for black people, then it's not really for black people. I hate when people say that because you know what happened? The 94 crime bill wasn't just for black people, but black people were disproportionately affected. So y'all understand disproportionate effect when it's negative, but y'all don't understand disproportionate effect when it's positive. Oh, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with a 5. Yes, that's another thing I meant to say. That whole reparations talk was fake. It was all lies. They never really meant it. They was just using it to try to get people, to hook people onto their movement. Because remember, how does Tariq and them keep justifying their xenophobia? How did they originally justify it? By saying what? We trying to get reparations and the black immigrants are trying to steal it. They trying to stop it. That's why we got to delineate. Oh, the white man don't know who to give it to if we just all keep pushing we all black. So we got to delineate. They use reparations to justify all their nonsense, and they knew reparations was a rotten apple on the floor with worms coming out of it. It wasn't even low-hanging fruit. They knew that's what reparations was. And that's why they was pushing it, because they knew reparations would help the Democrats lose. Democrats don't come out in favor of reparations. Oh, tell black people don't vote because they don't want to give us reparations. A Democrat come out in favor of reparations, you know for a fact nobody's going to vote for that Democrat. Either way, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And when people was coming out in favor of reparations, what would they do? What was they saying? Well, that's not enough. Well, I don't agree with what that is. Or reparations should be this. Every day was a new number of what the reparations should be. It was a new qualification for what reparations could be. It was always the same thing. They was talking down on studies, talking about, oh, we don't need no study. We don't need no study. Then how is anybody supposed to know what reparations is supposed to be without a study? And then when people were saying, okay, we don't need no study, we just gonna go off of the 40 acres and a mule and do the math like that. Oh, that's not enough. Oh, matter of fact, they didn't even say that wasn't even enough. They just didn't even support the people who was pushing that. Shout out to you again for the 5. Let's get back to this.
Let me hold on. Everybody kind of shocked because we've been saying that. Hold on, let me play that part.
What I'm saying is the couch is.
You said what about her campaigning with Liz Cheney? Yeah, because she was reaching out to establishment Republicans, which made sense. That's not no big whoop. Remember, Trump has taken over MAGA. I mean, taken over the Republican Party. Either you MAGA or you not in the Republican Party. That's it. That's another thing what I was saying about how if Kamala Harris loses, that would be more problems for black people, because the Democratic Party would basically fragment, and when they're putting it back together, there would be establishment Republicans inside that. They would find their way into that. There would be people talking about, oh, we need a bigger tent. Let's scoop up some racists. But yeah, let's keep going with this. Yeah, no, you said where's the anti-African American bill that benefits everyone? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Where's the anti-African American bill that benefits everyone? I don't know what you mean by that.
Actually a choice. The couch is actually a choice. Yeah, but what they understand is the couch is actually a choice.
Family? We've been saying that. They're sounding like us now. The couch is a choice. They're sounding like us now. We told you the couch is going to be a damn choice if we don't get what the hell we want. We've been told you that. Yeah, we let y'all know that in the last election, that the couch was a damn choice. Oh, yeah. We will vote for the couch now. Family, let's look at this thing. Let's look at it. They didn't listen. They looked at their ratings. All right. They see what them ratings.
Oh, all right. Now I see what you was trying to mean. What you meant. You said, well, why is it called? Because it was just called that. As a matter of fact, that's not even the official name. The official name is the COVID-19 hate crime bill, not anti-Asian hate crime. The reason why they was calling it, it got the name anti-Asian hate crime is because, again, it was a programmatic policy mainly for Asians. That's why. The same reason why people was looking at Obamacare. Obamacare was a programmatic policy for for black people, mainly black people. That's why a lot of people was anti-Obamacare. One, because it had his name Obama. They're against anything Obama want to do. And also a lot of people who thought deeper was like, well, the main beneficiaries of Obamacare are going to be black people. Remember, when Obamacare was passed, 40 million people got health care. Out of that 40 million, 10 million were black Americans. At the time, black Americans there were 40 million black Americans, which means 25% of our population, 1/4 of our population got health care off that bill. No other group can say 25% of their people got benefited from this bill. Shout out to Mag Nasty in the building.
Things are looking like them ratings are looking bad. We saw how a lot of these left wingers, they done got laid off. All right. The black grassroots, man, we have fully bypassed traditional media gatekeepers through our own independent platforms, from hitting the streets, hitting the bricks, using our own voices on our own platforms. These folks no longer control the narrative. You understand? They spent a long time, years, trying to mock the grassroots. They didn't think that we had the reach that we had. Yeah, but then they realized they're speaking to empty rooms. They realize all that shit they're talking after people come listen to y'all on the black grassroots. Don't nobody want to hear that Democrat shield bullshit?
Now Democratic shield bullshit. You can't make this up. Who is this? Pink love bombs? What do you mean? Mainly Asians is literally. But that's the same thing for black people. That's why it's called programmatic. Like for example, when Biden gave black people reparations, black farmers reparations, mainly all the reparations was going to black farmers. But what happened? It wasn't only going to black farmers. So you had people like Tariq and them talking about, oh, these don't really count as reparations because it ain't just going to black people. Just like for the Japanese, they weren't the only people who were interned. You know, Italians were interned too, right? You know, Germans were interned too. Only a little bit of the families, but they were still interned and they still got some money too, right? That bill wasn't just for the Japanese, but we know it was a programmatic policy to make the Japanese whole because they was the main ones who suffered. They were the main ones who suffered. See, this is why I keep saying y'all can't act like y'all understand disproportionate when it comes to something negative, but when it comes to something that actually helps black people, now nobody understands disproportionate. What do you mean we lost the majority of our farms under Obama? One, that's not true. Two, what does that have to do with Joe Biden giving the black farmers reparations? And three, anything that was lost under Obama was lost because of George Bush. You do know the 2008 recession started when? In 2008. Obama wasn't even elected yet. Obama literally came into office dealing with a recession, the second worst economic crisis in global history, the Great Recession. But y'all blaming Obama for that. That's like me. That's like you supposed to be getting a house. You just bought this house. Before you can even buy the house, you don't even know I set a fire in the basement. And about time you buy the house, the fire done consumed the whole house. And now somebody's trying to blame you for it. So man, you own this house. Look it, the house is burnt up. You wasn't doing a good job maintaining it. The house is on fire. In fact, Obama is one of the greatest presidents ever for how he handled the 2008 recession, the Great Recession. One of the greatest ever, just for his handling of the 2008 recession. He one of the greatest ever. The second biggest economic crisis in global history, Obama fixed it by himself in 2 terms. How long did it take to fix the Great Depression? Nobody saw that coming. People was talking about how we're going to have large generations of economic progress. We're going to be like Japan. The world going to be like Japan. The world going to be like Japan. All right, recession is just the norm. See, now I can't talk to you no more because now you're saying Obama literally you saying he did literally nothing for us. I just literally explained how he did stuff for us. Now you switching it to he literally did nothing. But if I named the Obamacare, what about that? I talked about how he stabilized black people. You do know that. The biggest people who were saved by Obama's great stewardship over the economy was black people, because the black people were the biggest people losing. We were the ones losing the most wealth, the most land, the most everything. They even tried to blame black people for the 2008 recession, saying it was our fault because we were sitting around buying houses and buying land that we really couldn't afford. Obama saved us. Like, y'all just want to hate the Democrats so much. Y'all created these weird ideologies of hating the Democrats because y'all jealous because y'all see other people getting more stuff. That's what this come down to. Y'all jealous, and on top of that, jealousy, y'all pocket watching, and on top of that, the Democrats are not doing what you want them to do. So you're pretending they're not doing anything. Like, that gotta stop. So, like, again, do I gotta play the Reza Islam clip again? When Ari Spears asked Reza Islam, did Obama do anything for black people? Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna do that. I think we're gonna play that Ari Spears clip. Matter of fact, we're gonna let Tariq keep talking.
That's the reality, because you guys, us, all of you, us, and y'all too.
Tariq, stay watching me. Now you saying that's the reality. I've been saying that's the reality. Stop watching me, Tariq.
Because y'all have your spaces telling the truth, breaking things down from a realistic perspective. And when people hear the truth, you're not going to go back and listen to no damn DNC talking points that clearly sounds like it came from the top. That has no credibility no more. You understand?
Get this out of here with that snoring ass dog. Hopefully he hurry up so we can get off that. Let's play the clip.
I want to get into this with you a little bit. Obama. Oh, yes. Do you or do you not take the stance he didn't do nothing for black people?
Interestingly enough, not enough black people have researched what he actually has or has not done. The thing is, he didn't do the thing that he should have done, which is what everybody's mad about, which is reparations. No black man would.
Exactly. People saying Obama didn't do nothing for black people haven't even researched what Obama did or did not do. What they mad about is what he didn't do, what they felt he should have did. I'm going to keep saying that to every time because I've been saying that. But y'all don't listen when I say it, so I'm going to just play Reza Islam saying it. So no, go argue with Reza Islam and tell him he don't know what he's talking about. Go do that. Go argue with Reza Islam. That's the new thing. Don't argue with me. Anytime somebody come and say Obama didn't do nothing for black people, I'm just going to play the clip. That's all I'm going to do. You said the great divider. You talking about Obama? Oh, all right. Well, we can divide you out of here. Put you on timeout. Great divider. Exactly. We know who that is. I banned this person? Yeah, I just went to delete I just went to put in one comment on timeout. I didn't even mean to ban them. Yeah, shout out to Percy in the building. Exactly. People talking about what Obama didn't do. Y'all, I'm not stupid talking about they lived through it. I lived through it too. Everybody thought Obama was going to come in and he was going to give black people reparations, make us tax-free, and create all these laws where if you say something or look at a black person wrong, you go to jail forever, and we're going to get land, and we're going to get gold, and we all just going to be millionaires. Never gonna have to work again. Everybody thought that was gonna happen. That didn't happen. That's why a lot of y'all mad. Tell the truth and shame the devil. That's what you're mad about. That's what you're mad about. That's what y'all mad about. But we don't let this bozo finish up so we can get off this.
So now these folks have to stay relevant. They have to keep and grow their audiences. So now they have to speak like you. You understand? They got to speak like you, FBA grassroots. That's what staying on code is about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real. There's an undeniable man.
All right, we're gonna address you one more time. One, You said people are having people. I don't care if people are having these conversations every day. They just as uninformed as you. Who cares? A bunch of uninformed people talking about some shit they don't know nothing about, saying stupid shit. Who cares? That's one. Two, the Democrats are not losing. You have not been paying attention. The Democrats are winning. The whole problem that people are mad about is that they're winning without black people. They're winning without black people. That's what Roland and everybody else in them is mad about. They're winning without black people. There's a new paradigm. It's a new paradigm. Like, come on now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me look at some more of these comments. Shout out to the Green Goblin. No, I have not been watching Ant CEO. That guy's a total bozo. But I'll probably take a look at him maybe tomorrow. I don't know, Enigma, but this because they've been brainwashed. These people have been brainwashed day in, day out on social media, listening to these people like Tariq, like Umar Johnson, sit around and blame the Democrats for all black people problems. Plus, they was disillusioned again because Obama came and went, and they didn't get no reparations. They didn't get no bill that say that you can't do anything bad to black people or you go to jail for the rest of your life. They didn't get no free land. They still got to go to work, and they mad about it. That's what's going on. That's why no amount of talk is going to help them. That's just what it is. But we're going to let this bozo finish up.
Half of the couch for that last election, they tried to shame us for threatening to withhold our vote. They thought we were bluffing. Oh, they thought we were bullshitting. They didn't think fat meat was greasy. They're like,
look, this is Tariq right here taking credit for the Democrats losing. So when people point out, say, hey, Tariq, you and your FBAs and the stuff you was pointing out helped the Democrats lose. I don't want nobody saying, oh, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. This is Tariq right here taking credit for it.
No, Negroes. Y'all going to get out here and vote. We got Meg the Stallion twerking. We got all this stuff. We got Punks, Meg the Stallion, Kamala Harris with collard green recipes. Come on now, you gonna vote for this? And we said, like Usher, watch this, watch this, watch this.
Exactly. Yeah, watch this, Tariq, because we're about to get off this. We spent too much time with this. But yes, they tricked themselves out their own spot. FBA tricked themselves out their own spot. Remember, all this, we the one who picked, the Democrats can't win without us. The Democrats can't win without us. Watch this, watch this. The Democrats won without us. Now, the Democrats are putting together platforms without us. Now what? And whether they win or lose, it's bad for black people. They win, that's bad for black people. They lose, even worse. That's his new favorite word, punk. His first favorite word, his old favorite word was bussy, but now his new favorite word is punk. Can't make this up. But hopefully he hurry up.
Watch this couch. The couch wasn't a bluff. We weren't bluffing. We flexed political power. They lost majorly. These people spent billions of dollars on the last election and lost.
And that's why, and again, back to my original point, why would they ever allow black people to be in the driver's seat again? They let y'all pick the candidate y'all wanted and spent billions of dollars pushing that candidate, and then y'all didn't show up and that candidate lost. Why would they ever allow y'all by the reins of power again? This is how stupid these people are. This is how stupid Tariq and these bozos are. You're literally bragging about making people lose, showing people that you're a bad investment. You're showing people that betting on black means you lose. Listening to black people is a failure, because when you listen to those black people that tell you that this candidate is a good candidate and they could win, they can't deliver. That's what y'all just showed black people. not just show black people. That's what y'all showed the Democratic Party in 2024. That's not a flex. You show people that betting on black is a bad investment. Yes, Slaughter. That's what we call him in New York. A blade. He's a blade. Shout out to Black Adam in the building. But yes, what did you just show? You didn't flex anything. You flexed that black people are a bad investment. That's all. That's the only flex I'm seeing. Black people are a bad investment. Betting on black means you lose. You let black people pick Kamala Harris. Nobody wanted Kamala Harris. You turned around and put billions of dollars behind Kamala Harris. But Kamala Harris had one of the biggest campaign funds in like American history. And then she loses. And you got a bunch of black people celebrating saying, yeah, we made her lose. We voted the couch. Why would anybody let y'all around the reins of power again? Exactly. The Democrats is doing, a lot of the Democrats that are winning right now, whether they be lefties or not, are doing class reductionism. They're doing class reductionism. We bumped ourselves out the equation. We tricked ourselves out our own spot. Put ourselves in a trick bag. We in a trick bag right now. Tricked ourselves out of our own position. And this bozo is sitting here saying it like it's a flex. Imagine thinking this is a flex. Imagine thinking that telling the donor class, y'all wasted your money. Y'all backed the candidate that we picked that nobody else wanted, and by doing that, you look stupid and you wasted your money. And thinking this is a flex, thinking this sounds like something. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the 199. Tariq is definitely a blade. He's definitely a blade.
Majorly. And Trump came in swinging heavy. You lost because you ignored.
And look, he's bragging about how they lost and how Trump came in there and wrecking everything. That's another reason why I would never put you in the driver's seat. I thought this was going to happen because after Hillary Clinton lost, I said, this is what's going to happen. This is opening the door for this. But we got a second chance, and with Joe Biden, I said the only way we're going to officially like make this right is if Kamala Harris win. She lost. People said that's enough. That's enough. No mas. And now they putting together platforms and ain't a black person in sight. What that lady said, Tariq won't even come talk to them. Won't even come talk to them, which is something I said was going to happen. I say you're going to have candidates who are not even going to talk to black people. Won't even talk to you. And just hit you with the you better vote Democrat. See, the same way Tariq and them was pretending the way Democrats were talking to black people, now they're actually doing it. Shout out to Black Adam for coming through with the 2. Salute. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Thank you for that. But again, the way you were pretending Democrats were talking to black people, that's how they're talking to black people now. That's how they're treating black people now. And it's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. Only.
Our demands. You understand? So now these gatekeepers, they got to admit that our strategy of leveraging our vote, that's the only math that matters. We were right. And we knew we were right. See, the thing is, family, when you can't defeat a movement, because they've been trying to defeat the black grassroots, trust and believe, they haven't been able to do so. So when you can't defeat a movement, you co-opt it. You start adopting grassroots language. The couch, that's us. They start talking about tangibles, that's us. Conditional voting, that's us. So now you got these DNC reps trying to get in front of the parade. They're trying to pull what Ghana's.
Oh my God. He's saying DNC reps. These two don't represent the DNC. Joy Reid is in the wilderness of YouTube. Roland Martin is on the outs. They are Roland Martin is literally complaining about how they don't talk to black people, how they're not dealing with black people. So how are they trying to rally black people for the DNC? Like, I got to get off this. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got to get off this. Shout out to the return of the Palawala. Yes, I believe Kamala Harris should run again. I believe she should run again. I believe she should run again. Also, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 10. Exactly. They just talking. They just talking. They just talking. They just talking. Benny, I don't know. I wouldn't say necessarily agree with that, but I will say this. I will say, like I've been saying, the only reason somebody like Rico would have even ran for something like the U.S. Senate against somebody like Jasmine Crockett and even won the primary is because the Democrats are looking for a new constituency. Like they creating a new equation for them to win. That's what they doing. And that in that equation, black people are not in the driver's seat. Again, that's what the lady was even complaining about. Rico won't even talk to the black side. Won't even talk to them. Won't.
Trying to pull. We, Foundational Black American Grassroots, got the reparations conversation international. Ghana tried to run to the front of the damn parade and be like, look, we're in front of this. We want reparations to go to us for our brothers. And we like, no. We didn't ask for a Goosey or Joloff. No. No, they don't represent us. No. Nope. So the thing is, the goal now is for a lot of these DNC reps to take ownership of our talking points so they can now steer the energy back to the Democrat establishment for the next election cycle. Because, see, they know there's a complete collapse in their shaming tactics. That ain't going to work. That backfires on them. All that talking crazy at us shit, that's done. That pushes us further away. And I think they've done some kind of market research to show when they're out here talking crazy and talking at us and all that, those numbers go down even lower. We ain't on that. Right now, there is a renaissance happening. There's a Foundational Black American renaissance happening right now. There's a delineation renaissance happening right now. There is a pride and a self-esteem within the community collectively where we're just not going to take any kind of disrespect. We reject any form of disrespect. All that cussing us out and all that. You're not talking to us like that no more. Those days are over.
You know what's so funny? Nobody was talking to the black community like that. But people are going to start talking to the black community like that. And guess what? We will be in our lose-lose situation. You can't make this up. Wait, somebody said something? Let me see something. John Smith, that's not enough. Those numbers wasn't enough. Especially for black men. Those was not enough. Too many black men jumped ship and voted for Trump or didn't vote at all. That's why she lost. That's why she lost. Even Obama was talking about this. Do I got to play the clip of Obama when he was talking about how he not seeing the about the black side, about the black men? Like there were articles written about this. The only way that Kamala is going to win is if black people come out in super big numbers, and especially black men, because we already know black women going to show up and show out. Are black men going to do so? And also, I hope you're not one of the black men who didn't vote for Kamala Harris, but is trying to hide behind black men who did vote for her. I hope that's not the case. But yeah, let's let him finish up with this. We got to get out of here. Wait, time out. You said over 40% of black people didn't vote because of the disrespect. There was no disrespect. The disrespect was all in your head. But don't worry, you in 2029, y'all gonna see what disrespect look like. See, y'all playing. Y'all playing. Y'all playing. Y'all think y'all know what disrespect look like and sound like. Y'all gonna see what disrespect look like and sound like real soon. Y'all seeing it now. Y'all getting glimpses. But trust me, 2029 and beyond, yeah. I never been wrong about nothing I ever said when it comes to this politics. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. And when that happens, make sure you come back and you drop a comment and say you sorry. Because you see. Say, I see, and I'm sorry. Exactly. A lot of people, like people try to play with them numbers. You ain't playing on my top with them. Oh, Kamala got like 90-something% of the black women vote and like 80-something% of the black men vote. You're not playing on my top. I know what I'm looking at, just like everybody else, just like Roland Martin talked about, just like Tariq was talking about. We see the numbers, we see the real numbers, and we know how to interpret them. And so does the DNC, and that's why they moving like they moving. Oh, you did vote for Kamala Harris? That's good to know. Not even. Voter turnout for a lot of groups went up. Voter turnout for black people went down. Other groups, it went up. It actually went up. And black support for Republicans went up also. There's no way. There's no way. Shout out to Paula Waller. It wasn't enough. The number should have been way higher. Matter of fact, we're gonna end it like this. I'm gonna play the clip of. I'm gonna let Tariq just finish up. I'm gonna play the clip of Obama.
You're not gonna shame us into,
and then we're gonna move on.
Voting. You're gonna have to come through with something. You understand? And all the guilt trip thing, that ain't gonna work either. All that people died for your right to vote. They got beat in Selma. You gotta vote blue. No. We're not doing that either. Our people in Selma and my relatives are buried out there, by the way. They didn't sit out there and take all of that fighting and abuse so that some waterhead tethers can come over here and start calling.
Tariq, your relatives never participated in the civil rights movement. And if they did, they would be ashamed of you. But anyway, because again, he's about to go on the tethers rant. Let me see. Oh my God. What happened? Let me see. Shout out to everybody in the building. I found it. My computer just went crazy. Can y'all see my screen? Yeah, let's listen to Obama real quick.
And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable. That's not, this shouldn't even be a question.
Exactly. It shouldn't even have been a question about whether Trump could win or not. It should have been no question that he could win, because black people is coming out at Obama levels. You can't win. You can't overcome that. But let me fast forward a little bit to the other part of Obama talking, when he was talking about how he was just talking about to the black man. Let's see if we could get to that.
The only people talking to, he's not talking being and it has nothing to do. And
matter what. Because it's
truths. If you
the clip.
I'm going to go ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind. Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences, who's had to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land and is putting forward concrete proposals to directly address the things that are vital in our neighborhoods and our communities, from housing to making sure that our mothers and our fathers and our grandparents can afford medicine, and making sure that we are dealing with prices that are too high and rents that are too high, and are committed to making sure that we maintain the Affordable Care Act, so everybody's got help and cares about things like education and entrepreneurship in our neighborhoods. And that's on one side. And on the other side, you have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person. And you're thinking about sitting out? But, you know, because of Pookie might be. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly now, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. And I think anybody you are talking to in a barbershop, anybody you are talking to in your house, in your family, at church, who is coming with that kind of attitude, I think you have to ask them, well, how can that be? Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our backs. And when we get in trouble, and the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting. And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is. putting women down. That's not acceptable. That's not, this shouldn't even be a question.
It shouldn't even have been a question. It shouldn't even have. It shouldn't even have been a question. But yeah, we about to move on from this. Pink Love Bomb, you are being performative right now. You are being very performative. We don't do performatives on people over here. Like this performative outrage, clutching your pearls. Like, we don't do that. Because what you're doing right now is performative whole shit. That's out. You can take that off the list. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. But like I said, everybody knew this. Everybody knew this. Everybody knew. But you know what? People didn't show up. So now we are here. We lost the war. It is what it is.
Their lineage, Akadas and Jarirs and Abids, they didn't fight for that. So it's our job to defend them. You understand? Because these people have gotten way too comfortable coming over here with the disrespect of us. So we are defending the legacy of those people. It's not going to be an opportunistic thing like them Somalis went up there to the Edmund Pettus Bridge looking crazy because they got caught scamming. Don't take your ass down there.
That's enough of that. We're not doing this no more. Shout out to everybody in the building. We moving on. Somebody sent me this. I don't know who. I forgot who sent this to me, but shout out to you for sending it. Like I said, family, you can always DM me, email me, videos you want me to see and stuff you want me to cover. I might get to it. I might not get to it. But if you send a donation, I can guarantee I will get to it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. And also remember, support the stream. You can hit the pinned comment, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Best way to support the stream. But also you can support by sending a gift, sending a super chat, super thanks, super sticker, by joining the channel, by gifting memberships. Or if you can't support monetarily, you can always support by giving me a like, getting them likes up. Family, get the likes up. We need more likes. Sharing the stream. Also by dropping comments. Comments help with engagement. Remember, I'm out of the algorithm because I got like a strike or something on my channel. You can help put me in the algorithm. You can help push me back in the algorithm. But yeah, let's get to this. Let's get to this right now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Well, yeah, let's cover this. I don't know what this is about. Somebody sent me Angryman going off. So yeah, let's get to that. Oh wait, somebody donated. Shout out to the person who came through with the $9.99. I can't even really see your name. Let me see. Is that an N? Is that an MN? O or an A? I can't see. Shout out to you though. I'm sorry. I can't really see your name right now. I'm about to look it up on my phone. But thank you. I think I could see the last letter, V-A-I or V-A-L. Shout out to you for that. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's see what the angry man talking about.
If you're so different, then why is it every single one of you Africans that come over here, regardless of which country in Africa you come from, why do you have the same attitude? See, this is what I can't figure out about the whole Africa conversation. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the manipulations. I'm tired of the fake love. I'm tired of all of it. In fact, I'm going to ask the one question. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to make one of the realest statements that any Black American, FBA, whatever you want to call us, I'm going to make the realest statement you've probably ever heard on the internet. And this is the statement right here. Why do we have to like y'all? Matter of fact, that's a...
All right. So, I'm not going to say anything. Matter of fact, I am going to say something. This was God, by the way. Because one day I was just, for some reason, I'm scrolling through YouTube. You know how sometimes when it comes to this, when you get on the vertical thingy, you can just scroll through lives. I don't know how I got on that, but I was on it. I was scrolling through lives and Angryman popped up and he was crying about donations, right? He was crying about donations. And I was thinking to myself, it's only a matter of time before he started grifting the FBA stuff because he's crying about money. And here we are. You calling yourself FBA. In fact, I thought you was attacking FBA at one point, but now you're calling yourself FBA? Can't make this up. Nah, it does matter. You got to tell. All right, if I can't pronounce it and I can't see it and you tell me don't matter, I'm going to look it up. Tell me what to call you then. Drop something that you want me to call you. It does matter. Like, again, you supported the stream. You deserve a shout out, and you deserve for me to shout you out the way you wanted to be shouted out. So yeah, like give me an initial or something like that, because we got people in here who had names that I could not even pronounce, and it was like, all right, just call me AZ. Shout out to AZ in the building. Or the other brother, I was asking him how to say his name. His name is WT. He just told me call him WT. So you got to tell me something to call you, because it does matter. You did support the stream, so yeah, it does. But let's get back to the angry hoe.
Question. I'm going to pose it as a question. It's not even rhetorical. To Black Thanos, why do Black Americans have to like Africans? Why do you think that that is a requirement of Black Americans? Why do you think we have to like you? Oh, now he wants to talk. Now,
what do you mean? Like, what did this person even say? Like, what do you mean? Like, again, what was his original claim? And I know it had nothing to do with like liking anybody or not liking anybody. When did he say that? When did he say people have to like them or like somebody? And wasn't that what the whole FBA thing was crying? Y'all was crying about how Africans don't really like y'all and how they separate themselves from y'all. And that's why y'all started the whole FBA stuff, because, you know, Africans are ops because they don't want to be, they separate themselves from everybody else. Isn't that the case? See, you might not know that that's what Tariq was pushing, because again, you're grifting, but you need to answer those questions.
Now he wants to talk. He said turning everything into something. I don't care about none of that. I'm going to ask the question again. Why do Africans, regardless of what country you come from, because see, here's the thing you don't realize. I get how y'all like, that's another way y'all condescend to us. You're like, we're not Africans. Africa is a continent, and we're Nigerians, or we're this, or we're that. Here in America, you're an African. If you come from the continent.
How is that being condescending? By correctly pointing out that Africa is not a country. That's not being condescending. That's not being condescending. Them saying, well, it's not a country, it's a continent, and I'm from here. How is that being condescending? You can't make this up. So if an African person say you are an African, that's not condescending. Are they being condescending by saying, well, your ancestors came from Africa, so you're an African, just like me, no different? What would y'all say then if somebody said that? Oh, you're trying to do flat blackness. You're trying to make us generic Africans. That's what they would say, right? You're doing flat blackness. You're trying to make us generic Africans. If an African person came here and said what you just said, because you're saying right now in America, well, you're being condescending by pointing out the fact that Africa is not a country, it's a continent, and not accepting that in America, you're just an African. Well, the opposite of that is also true. Again, in America, you just an African too. By just having African blood, that makes you an African. Like we just went over what happened in Wilmington. And what did they say in the White Declaration of Independence about not allowing Africans to rule over them? Who were they talking about? They were talking about the black people who went through slavery here. So you're an African. Is that condescension? But again, you're a grifting movement. So you probably don't even know nothing about none of this. You just want to get loud and yell. But keep going.
Of Africa, you are an African. So again, Why do you Africans think that we Black Americans have to, matter of fact, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Let me keep it all the way funky. Why do you Africans think that us Black Americans are supposed to kiss your? That's my question. See, I'm going to tell to all of my,
So Africans are now asking people to kiss their butt. They went from why do you think we have to like you to why do you think we have to kiss your butt? This is, I don't know who sent this to me, but I'm happy they sent this to me because now we are watching a grifter grift a grifter in real life, in real time. Not even, it's not real time, but we watching the playback. But yeah, a grifter grift a grifter.
all of my indigenous American brethren and sisters, I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you.
Now you indigenous. Yo, he can't even talk because he keeps saying a bunch of nonsense. I got to keep stopping him to keep correcting him. Can you get like 5 sentences out, angry hoe, without me having to correct you? Like, come on now. Wait, what's that? Oh, FBA called him out. So now he feel like he got to kiss FBA butt by attacking Africans. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
What it boils down to. They think they are better than us. The proof is them getting offended every single time we want to delineate from them. The proof is them thinking that we're supposed to always kiss their. This is the proof. Every time I give a critique on Africa, here they come in my chat room with something to say. Like I'm supposed to give that they offended.
Why are you giving critiques on Africa? Aren't you FBA? Why are you not worrying and minding your FBA business? Isn't that another thing FBA says about, oh, y'all don't, why y'all talking about us? Why y'all talking about us? Y'all need to mind your business. Why y'all talking about us? Why y'all talking about us? Mind your business. Why y'all worrying about us? Why y'all concerned about what we doing? Look what we watching right here. Angry Ho talking about how why Africans keep coming and talking against him every time he critique Africans. You can't make this up. The Angry Ho, you washed, bro. You are washed, nigga. Like, I hope you save some of that money, that YouTube money, and you invested it well. You washed. But who knows? You might be able to make a comeback. But right now, you washed up. I could see why you was begging for donations.
I don't care if you're offended. I don't. You really don't understand. I don't care. I'm not one of these black people that think that the motherland is my home and I've just been displaced and the people in Africa, they're my they're my forebearers and all that. I don't believe in none of that. There's nothing over there that makes me want to be like, I got to go to Africa and see what's going on. And I don't care about none of that over there.
So why are you giving critiques about Africans? If you don't care about anything going on, why are you giving critiques about Africans? Like, you can't make this up. Wait, somebody said something to me? You said. Oh, you said stop saying that. So why are you here? You saying I'm not a part of your community? You damn right I'm not a part of the FBA community. The FBA community is a hate cult. Y'all niggas is bozos. You damn right I'm not a part of y'all. Exactly. So we got the Dominican tether, Angry Ho, crying about Africa. I remember I told y'all that too. I said a lot of these people who gravitate to the FBA stuff are people who was always anti-black, anti-African. This is just, FBA just gave them a place where they can express that without people calling them a coon, or at least without FBA calling them a coon. And they could try to hide behind, oh, I'm just critiquing, or I'm just, what Tariq just say? We're holding people accountable. That's all. And yeah, let me put you on timeout because I'm definitely not a part of the FBA bug broken community. That's out. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm not a part of that bug broken community. Yes, he's full blown FBA now. Full blown FBA now, and I think he was talking against FBA at one point, but you know that money running low, so he had to do what he got to do now.
Everything I love. I don't care how many of you tap dancing, brown nosing, cooning black folks take your behind to Africa and then come back over here talking about how beautiful it was and how at peace everybody was. Meanwhile, you brought you back here to live. I don't want to hear none of that goofiness. Every time I've seen anybody travel to Africa and come back with video footage, I didn't see nothing I liked. Nothing. I already live in a country where other groups of people think they're better than me. You think I'm going to carry my to a whole continent of dark black people who so they can look at me like they're better than me too? You think that's what I want to do? You said America, Hollywood got you brainwashed. You ain't all that. I don't care. What part of I don't care don't you understand? What part of I don't care don't you understand? Look, Americans, Hollywood got you brainwashed. You ain't all that, my G. See what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Why is he here? Do you see what I mean? Bro, let me put you on the game. Let me put you on the game, right? First of all, Hollywood has never made a scratch and sniff movie, okay? The way you smell doesn't come from Hollywood.
Oh my God, bro. Like he's full FBA now. All for money. Somebody said it right here. All for money. I think that's Judah Morning. Yeah, all for money. All for money. Shout out to the remember the Palawala. I don't know if he's really I don't know if he's a colorist or not, but he's most likely because he was a gender warrior. So you already know how that go. He was one of these gender warring bozos who just sat around attacking black women all day. So yeah. Do you have the clip of that? Do you know where that's at? So I could find that so we could laugh at him. Maybe I could find it on my own. Drill Will, this might not be the right spot for you because if you agree with FBA, you also agree with attacking black immigrants. Ain't no such thing as I agree with FBA except attacking black immigrants. The whole purpose of FBA is to attack black immigrants and find ways to justify it. It's a white nationalist psyop and to support Trump. You're in the wrong spot. But yeah, let's keep it going. You might be right. You might be right, but let's keep it going.
It comes from me being around you. Hollywood didn't put that in my head. Your funky attitude don't come from Hollywood. You know why? Because all the Hollywood movies here that show you Africans always try to show you in a positive light when you come. If you're an African here in America in a movie, if there's a movie that shows Africans in America, they try to make you seem so majestic and so this and so that and all of that crap. No, bruh. No. Hollywood did not give us the impression of Africans that you trying to, that's not what happened. Hollywood didn't give Black Americans our opinion of African. You Africans gave us our opinion of African. You Africans gave us our opinion of African. So the way you in here trying your best, right? Said it literally started majority of Africans do hate. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Okay, I tell you what, Black Thanos, watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Tell me the movie. Give me the movie.
This is a fact. That's why you call him the angry hoe. All he do is cry, bro. All he do is cry. All he do is cry and griff. Cry and griff. Cry and griff. Cry and griff. That's all he do. And complain about donations. Every time you turn into the angry hoe, he crying, he grifting, he complaining about donations. That's it. That's it.
Movie. He said, I literally stated majority of Africans do not hate Americans. This is what I want you to do. Give me the movie that told us that Africans hate Black Americans. Give me the movie. What's the name of what?
The majority of Black Americans don't claim Africans hate them. They never said that. They never claimed that. So now the angry hoe is trying to pretend that the majority of Black people say Africans hate them, and they saying that because they interacted with Africans, even though the majority of Black people have never interacted with nobody from Africa. Like the angry hoe is just saying stuff.
What is the name of the popular movie? See, this is the problem with Africans. They don't know our culture. They don't know our culture. They don't understand Black culture. If they understood Black culture, they would know that our culture years ago trained us to look at Africans like our brethren, to look at Africans like our family. So much so that we was over here rocking the African medallions. We was over here screaming "Free South Africa." We was over here having all kinds of camaraderie, all kinds of reverence for Africa, so much so that every single time we saw them videos of the kids over there starving in Africa with the flies on them, it broke our heart. You know what?
Who is us and who is our angry hoe? You ain't never get out here and push it for nobody. See, I'm tired of y'all FBA bozos trying to live off the accomplishments and the work that other Black people did who would never fuck with y'all in a million years. Ain't nobody who was really pushing Africa back in the days would come back, watch Angry Ho, and say, yeah, I support him. Nobody.
What changed our minds about y'all? You, when you came over here and had an attitude towards us that showed us you thought you was better than us. This ain't got to do with Hollywood. This has to do with the lie that was told to us. This has to do with the lie that was told to us years ago that y'all was our family. And then when you bring over here from Africa, the first thing you do is look down your nose at us. You're not going to come over here to this channel telling me. When I was 12 years old, I had a friend that I went to school with that was African. Okay? Both his parents were from Africa, Nigerian, right? Now, my friend, Ruben, that was his name. He used to hang out with us. He used to play with us. We used to ride bikes, all of that, play basketball, all of that. One day, I had the misfortune of going with him to his house, to his apartment. When I walked into that apartment with my friend, the way his parents looked at me and treated me because I was Black American was the most ridiculous I've ever seen in my life. And if you know anything about kids, you never forget when somebody mistreats you. You never.
I believe the Angry Ho is lying too. And aren't you Dominican, Angry Ho? I believe he's lying. We about to have to wrap this up. I ain't gonna listen to you babble and lie and try to justify your FBA grift.
Never forget that. Now, all through my life growing up, I've been around Africans numerous times. And if you know anything about Africans, Africans don't pull no punches. Africans don't sugarcoat nothing. If you stand around them and listen to them long enough, they will tell you what they think about everybody. And I cannot name how many times I have.
I'm not gonna lie, the angry host said something correct. I don't know Africans to pull no punches. They just be saying stuff to sugarcoat or saying anything, and they don't even be meaning to be rude. It's just that they don't be understanding that in America, you just can't be frank all the time with everybody in every situation. But yes, so Angry Ho got some truth, telling some truth there. I gotta acknowledge that.
Stood there and listened to Africans talk about us Black Americans, how lazy we are and how we take for granted all of the opportunities that we have and all of it. So don't bring your black over here trying to run some kind of narrative about how Hollywood made us think something of y'all. What we think of y'all, y'all earned it. It didn't come from Hollywood. It came from y'all. It came from our interactions with you. Again, France, Italy, Poland, Germany are white European countries, yet they are totally different. Same applies to Africa. You keep saying Africans, you don't listen. No, you don't listen. Because you know what y'all are? A bunch of scammers. That's what you are. That's what you are. That's the reason why you're constantly trying your best. This is why you're going so hard to try to convince me of this. Instead of just saying, you know what? Angryman don't rock with me. Let me go on about my business. No, you're going to convince me. You're going to convince me to rock with you.
Now Africans are scammers. You can't make this up. We got to speed Angryman up. Now Africans are scammers. We got to feed you up.
Which is a concept I don't understand. Because I don't see not now Black American trying to convince Africans to love us. I don't recall ever doing a show where I'm saying, hey, to all y'all Africans, yo, hey man, look, I'm down with you. And look, just that I don't care. I don't. You want to bring up the differences between France, Italy, Poland, Germany, and all these European countries. They're different, just like in Africa. We got all these different countries. Guess what? I have the same sentiment about Africa that I have about France, Italy, Poland, Germany, and all of that. I don't care. I'm an American.
So why you keep talking about Africans? Like, yeah, we about to get off the angry hoe because again, I'm speeding you up, and it's like it's not clicking. It's not. It's like I'm not saying it's not clicking. I'm having a conversation with you. Like you can't hear me, but yeah, this doesn't make sense. You don't care about none of these places, but you still steady talking, bro. You still steady talking about Africans. Why are you still talking about Africans? Exactly. Oh, shout out to Jackie in the building. Yes, but he can't explain that. The reason he's not going to be able to explain the hatred associated with Caribbean people and stuff like that is because the angry hoe is Caribbean. So and he want to griff FBA. So how do he do it? By just attacking Africans all day. By making it seem like the beef with FBA is just FBA versus Africans and Africans started it. So you see how the other FBAs, they'll just be like Haitians, they'll be like Jamaicans, they'll be like Caribbeans, they'll be like Black Africans, they'll be like, excuse me, they'll be like Black immigrants and all that other stuff. He can't do that because his family got Black immigrants in it. So now he got to hyper fixate on Africans. Total bozo. Total bozo. Total bozo.
American. I don't care about nothing you got going on over there. That's the part you're not getting. I don't care about nothing you got going on in no African country. I don't care what's going on in no European country. I don't care. You're not getting it. You really not understanding it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about whatever tribal stuff y'all got going on over there. I don't give it. I don't care. I don't care. Because like I said before, and here's the thing, you keep saying, well, we're different and well, then explain to me this. If you're so different, then why is it every single one of you Africans that come over here, regardless of which country in Africa you come from, why do you have the same attitude? Why do you have the same nose in the air, I'm better than you attitude? I'll tell you why. Because you look at us as being slaves and you look at yourself as never being a slave. That's why you do it. And you want to pretend that you don't. And the reason why you want to pretend that you don't is because you want to keep running the same scam that you've been running, which is to
You were running scams. Matter of fact, family, I think I could find a video I did on Angryman. Because I did a video before about Angryman when he first started doing the conservative stuff and talked about him being a grifter and just doing stuff for money. Let me see if I can find that video real quick. Because I'm tired of hearing this bozo. Let me see if I can find that video real quick. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see if we can find that. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, I found it. I found it. This video is old. I didn't know it was this old. I don't even remember what I was saying in this video. Let me see. Let's take a look at this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Peace. My name is Haven Bullis. Today I gotta do this video. Y'all know who this is. This is Angryman. His new YouTube channel name is like the Street Conservative, whatever. This dude, he's been on his Trump supporting wave because he's a fraud, and that's what fraudulent dudes do, and fake smart black people do. They support Trump, and then they try to justify their support of Trump with a bunch of nonsense, and they think it makes them sound smart. But anyway, I just happened to click on the video, and he was talking about abortion. I said, he's saying that Trump being in office is good for abortion. It stopped abortion because he's going to name all the problems in the black community and show how Trump being in office helped solve those problems. And through his policies and all that. So I'm like, he's talking about abortion. I paused the video because I got to do something. I come back. I see he put a link in the description box. In the comment section to as a receipt to prove his point on this issue. I thought to myself, because I didn't even have to unpause the video. I just saw that and I just clicked on it. Before I even clicked on it, I said, I bet it all that his own receipt debunks him. Especially when I saw that who the receipt came from. I said, oh, yeah, this is going to debunk him. Because he's trying to credit Trump for abortion levels dropping. Watch this, family. Where is it? Oh, right here. Just this right here. The abortion levels were already dropping before Trump even got into office. This is a study his receipt is based on a study from 2011 to 2017. So how did Trump, who got in office in 2017, he got elected in 2016, got in office in 2017, how is he responsible for abortion dropping through 2011 through 2016? How? I'm like, I know, look, this is just we didn't even make it past the first part. It's like he didn't even open this to read this. And this right here, the ultimate dagger. If he'd have just read the opening parts of this article, he'd have debunked himself. He would have realized that, no, giving Trump the credit for this is stupid. Or maybe Angryman is not stupid and he's just trying to trick people. But it's most likely the former. He's stupid. Or it could be both. Right here. New report illustrates that abortions are decreasing in all parts of the country, whether in Republican-controlled states seeking to restrict abortion access or Democratic-run states protecting abortion rights. Between 2011 and 2017, abortion rates increased in only 5 states in the District of Columbia. How is Trump responsible for this? How? And if you keep going down further in the article, where is it? It says right here, this is this data is from 2017 and it does not have anything to do with all these new anti-abortion laws that the Republicans passed. And even if you wanted to say it did, how is that up for Trump? How did Trump do that? How? Explain to me how Trump did that. He's the president. How? See, it's people like Angryman and all these other YouTube pro-blacks, and I'm not a YouTube pro, and I'm not a pro-black, and all these others who have brought the level of the conversation down so bad that we can't even have 2+2 conversations without people getting confused because they got all their information from these guys. We struggling to have 1 + 1 = 1 conversations now. When people are showing receipts and look, see, I'm even struggling. I said 1 + 1 = 1. I'm struggling. That's what I said. I was literally going crazy when I was making this video. My brain was even struggling. Like, that's why I said, that's why I be having to take these long breaks. Or that's why I stopped watching videos ahead of time before I covered them. That's why I stopped doing it. Because I'm like, this stuff is frying my brain. I'm watching it to debunk it, and it's frying my brain. It's frying my brain. Receipts are debunking them out the gate, which means you're just talking out of your neck. You just pulling it out your butt, man. You're just making it up as you go along. And then how many people watch this Angryman video and it's gonna go out and regurgitate what they heard the Angryman say and argue people down, call people stupid, dumb, sheeps, and all this other stuff. Talk about people need to get killed, they need to be exterminated. They dragging down the black race and all this other goofiness based on fraudulent information. I couldn't even watch the rest of this, man. This got to come to an end, man. And is anybody going to hold Angryman accountable for this? No. This got to stop. All this fake men's rights that y'all be trying to do, y'all not really about men's rights. Y'all just hate black women. Let's be clear. Like, I already exposed the whole manosphere and all the other stuff that comes from it, and all you little Tommy Sotomayor wannabes. But I'm not in this video here. Like, share, subscribe, drop me a comment on what you think. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, even back then, I was like, yo, that's why I kept disappearing from YouTube. Like, I'll disappear for like 3 months, 6 months. I had to get my mind right. Like, this shit be frying me. Oh man, shout out to the Hood Mistress and shout out to 350 yo. Yes, he probably is gonna try to cosplay Pikachu for Halloween. You know how the angry hoe do? He might even try to cosplay Thanos, Lion-O. You know how he do. Oh, shout out to Merlin the Commodore. Much appreciated. And shout out to Jackie for the fire emojis. Like, yeah, I had to get out of there, bro. Shit crazy. Shit crazy. But anyway, let me see something. Let me let this bozo finish up so we can get out of here.
Come over here, blend in with us, destiny swap, commandeer our struggle to make yourself relevant in this country so that you can get whatever benefits that our forebears fought for. That's why you do it. But the only way you can do it is you have to pretend that you rock with us. Because if you were just upfront with it, if y'all were just upfront and say, we don't rock with black Americans, we wouldn't let you come over here and do all that you be doing. We wouldn't let you come over here and cosplay us. So what you do is you come over here and you act like you cool with us. You act like you don't.
Now somebody cosplaying. So we got a Dominican accusing all Africans of cosplaying. You can't make this up. And he said destiny swap. That's a new one.
Don't look down on us. But every once in a while, you slip up. Every once in a while, you slip up and say what you really think. And you think we ain't people.
Angryman, didn't you just say Africans are very blunt and just say whatever's on their mind? They don't try to hide nothing. They don't try to sugarcoat nothing. Now you saying that they hide it, but they be slipping up every once in a while. Which one is it?
You think we ain't peeped it. So you're not doing nothing new. Here in this country, we're used to dealing with this foolish. And that's basically what y'all are. You full of it. Somebody do me a favor. Somebody do me a favor. Kick him out of my chat room. That's what I want y'all to do now. I want you to kick him out of my chat room. Now, carry your somewhere else trying to take over my show just because you butthurt about what I said about African. Deal with it. I don't gotta like you. I don't gotta like you. I don't gotta support you. I don't gotta do none of that. I don't gotta do none of that. None of it. Hell is wrong with you? You ever notice that we're the only group of people that people try to force into something? Like, we don't gotta like you. We don't gotta like nobody. That's the thing that annoys me, is when people try to.
We don't need to listen to the Dominican boy no more. Shout out to let me see. Is that Loco Life Party? That ain't Loki. I can't really see. I see Life Party. Low-key lock Loco. I see that. Shout out to you for the 5. Coming through with the 5. Exactly. And also, FBA is not a people. It is a psyop. It is a hate cult. There's no such people as FBA. FBA is a trademarked hate cult. There's no people known as FBA. It's not a lineage. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a people. It's none of that. It's a hate cult. Owned and trademarked by Tariq Nasheed. But again, thank you for the 5. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's get on to something else, because it's getting late. I didn't even know it was this late. Oh, yeah, it's late. It is late. Shout out to everybody in the building. Matter of fact, let me see what else we got to do. Shit. We might just do this, because I got it in the title, so we got to cover it. This is Vaush. This is him talking about Kamala Harris. I did watch a little bit of this because I wanted to make sure he was really talking about Kamala Harris. So I wanted to make sure I get to the part where he was really talking about her. So yes, I watched this a little bit. I probably watched like the 4-minute mark, I think, and then I cut it off. So we're going to go through this together. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Oh, so that's their new lingo they got from the Hebrew Israelites. That sound about right. But shout out to you though, bro, for coming through with the 5. Let's see what's going on with everybody else. Shout out to everybody in the building. But yeah, let's get into this. Here we go.
And while I usually think it's too early to talk about particular candidates, that feels like it's changing right about now. Gavin Newsom has basically declared himself a candidate for the 2028 election, and AOC is the clear choice of the left should she run. But there's much less discussion about the person actually leading the 2028 polling, the former vice president. Virtually all of the recent press about Harris has actually been about the unease that Democrats.
Oh, yeah. For all you don't know, they released some new information showing that Kamala Harris is blowing everybody out. And she is the clear-cut favorite to become the Democratic nominee in 2028. And that will happen if they run the primary through South Carolina like they've been doing. If they run it through South Carolina, Kamala Harris will get the nomination. Now, let's see how Vaush, the least anti-black leftist, what he has to say about that.
Feel about the prospect of her mounting another campaign.
I mean, she did lose to Donald Trump. She did historically underperform and hand the country over to Trump. Trump, a candidate.
No, you lefties help hand the country over to Trump, just like y'all did with Hillary Clinton. Then never Hillary Clinton. Dad, I can't even talk. Blah. The never Hillary campaign that y'all lefties was running in 2016 handed the country over to Trump. Y'all, we can't vote for the Democrats because of Gaza. That handed the country over to Trump. That's y'all fault. Y'all handed it over. Kamala Harris did nothing wrong.
Who had already endured a failing presidency and then attempted an insurrection. She lost to that guy. She was such a bad candidate. She lost to that guy. She lost every swing state.
In fact, some of the
It's
stories...
nothing, just rewarding failure over and over. It's crazy, man. It's just the Democrats. They insist on it. They do not consider it a black mark on your record if you have failed, like, because they don't care. From their perspective, like, the only obligation they...
So is there not a black mark on Bernie Sanders' record that he kept failing? I bet you if Bernie Sanders run right now, y'all would support him. Bernie Sanders is a total failure. Total failure. But y'all would support him right now. If Bernie Sanders said, I'm running for president one last time, and 2028, y'all would support him. But we talking about failure. But we'll keep it going.
Have is to not upset their donors, which in this case, they have failed. They have failed in that respect as well. The donors are upset because it's a wasted investment. Why the fuck would you give money to the Democrats if they keep losing?
Like, Democrats are downright begging her not to jump into the race. That largely lines up with what I've heard from Democrats privately. So I decided to conduct a little experiment. Hear the case for Kamala Harris as described by people in her inner circle, and then let's put that case to the test with key groups that'll shape her decision and the presidential primary. So I started by reaching out to her spokesperson and got a list of surrogates that they said can provide their perspective. Here's what they said. 1, they excused the 2024 campaign as an anomaly.
Why do I think Harris lost in 2024?
Yeah.
I think Jesus Christ would have lost in 2024.
I disagree. I think Jesus Christ would. It's good.
Oh, yeah. I disagree with that, too. She dragging it. But, yeah, that was a unique situation in 2024. I'm not going to hold you. But keep it going.
Good of you, not at all like incredibly arrogant of you to make that comparison. They're so allergic to acknowledging their failures. What an immediately disqualifying thing to say.
After the assassination attempt.
And Kamala Harris had to...
The assassination attempt on Trump didn't even move the needle. It genuinely had like no effect. It had no effect. Turnout for Trump wasn't high. Turnout for...
It did have an effect in fact that you had people like Elon Musk say, like, officially come out and say, I'm pro-Trump. And then that's when he really unleashed Twitter to be like basically Trump's propaganda machine. So yeah, it did have an effect. I would say it had an effect.
For Harris was low.
Run a shortened campaign after Joe Biden dropped out.
The idea that she does not deserve the opportunity to...
Deserve. It's all about her. Deserve. Oh my God, I literally can't watch this video. I actually can't watch this video. I'm going to fucking crash out, like, immediately having to deal with this. It's like you can write as many op-eds as you want on the tendency for the Democratic Party to reward like internal loyalty and patronage over the will of their voters, but I still can't fucking handle like actually experiencing it, where you realize these people who literally like hold the fate of the future of the world in their hands, because where America goes, the world follows, like we're pretty powerful, like that they still frame this in the language of like woke one patronage, where it's actually it's her turn, she deserves it, doesn't matter what she deserves, she's a public...
Oh my God. But again, if this was the case, why did y'all not come out? If y'all know that America is this powerful and as America goes, so does the world, why would you sit there and say, well, I'm not gonna vote, let Trump win versus Hillary Clinton? I'm not gonna vote, let Trump win versus Kamala Harris. If you know America has that kind of power, and you know the damage somebody like Trump being in office can do, so why did you say, well, we shouldn't vote for these people? Why? I'm not even gonna say just Vaush in particular. I'm just talking about lefties in general. Why? Because Vaush was kind of good on the you got to go vote for Kamala Harris bit, but everybody else, no good. But why? Again, let's keep it going.
Public servant. What about us? What about what? What about us? What do we deserve?
Put an infrastructure in place beyond the construct of 107 days, I think is incredibly unfair.
2, they argued that Harris is a strong candidate. And there are groups of the Democratic base, particularly groups of women and Black voters, who are excited by the prospect.
Wow, women and Black voters. Again, constant deference to cynical demographic-based politics where you try to like win over loyalty with specific subgroups rather than just appeal to a broader population. Wow, you're popular with
Who is this broader population that you want them to appeal to? Who is this broader population? Like the population that they just mentioned, black people are the ones who've been bringing it home for the Democrats. It wasn't the white people that you want people to appeal to, the white racists who will say, "Hey, I'd rather vote Republican and have a lower standard of living than vote Democrat and have my standard of living go up." And you know what? Other people get to get some too. Excuse me, not just other people. Black people get to get some too. It's the same nonsense. It's back to the 1930s. Where you had how many people who wasn't even going to vote for FDR, even though he had the better policies, until they really got down with the Dixiecrats and they was pushing racism plus economics, man. It's the same nonsense. It's this class reductionist nonsense. Every time, oh, what about building a broader base? Who is the broader base? Who's missing from the base? Racist white people. Well, we don't need them to win. If everybody who says they really care about social justice and they really want better economic policies vote, we can win without them. We don't even need to talk to them.
black voters and women. What a fucking shocking turn of events for a Democrat. Wow, oh god, the only Democrat who could win the black vote
of her return.
They adore her. They want her back. 100%.
Now that I've heard,
it's so fucking racist. Black women want her back. Okay, that's great. What does that have? Like it's so demeaning.
Horseshoe theory. So horseshoe theory. Now the Democrats are racist because black they want to I can't even talk. Now the Democrats are racist because what? Because they want to show deference to black women, their strongest supporter base. Who's more a loyal, stronger voting bloc for the Democrats than black women? Y'all not loyal. Why should y'all have say so? This is what I'm talking about. Why do people who want to sometimes support the Democrats, sometimes say let the Democrats lose, or I don't even want to be a part of the Democratic Party. I just want to run inside of the Democratic Party so I could get the primary and then get to the general because I can't do it on my own. Why should y'all have a say? Why shouldn't card-carrying Democrats, black women who came out and got Trump out of office? Remember, the white people that you want the Democrats to take into account and what they feel and what they want was fine with letting Trump stay in office. Not only did they help Trump get in office the first time, they was fine with letting him be in office again. And even after he tried to overthrow the country, they was fine with putting him back in office. Why should that group have a say? Why should we switch up everything we doing to give that group a say?
Like it's fucked up because she's wrong about basically everything. But Candace Owens's assertion that like Democrats keep blacks on the plantation for their votes is at least half true. The idea that inside the DNC they consider black voters.
So again, this is Republican talking points. Like I said, horseshoe theory. He's literally pumping the nonsense that black people are on a Democratic plantation. Literally pushing that. Oh yeah, Eric, you gotta go. You did. I gave you a second chance, but yeah. So we getting you out of here. You're just banned now. I'm not even putting you on timeout. I'm just banning you. But you see it. You see it. Everybody see what I'm talking about. Horseshoe theory. The left and the conservatives talk about black people the same way. They hate white liberals and they talk about black people the same way. Same way. Same way.
To basically just be a guaranteed demographic get who they cynically appeal to over and over and over again. If they want to take down a progressive, they weaponize the fact that black people tend to support centrist candidates. If they want to like pitch a person like Harris, they're like, well, that's who the black women want. Do they like care what's good for black women? Of course they fucking don't. It's just demographic patronage. It's literally.
Black women know what's best for them, and black women want Kamala Harris, which is best for them. Kamala Harris is better than them other folks. I tell you what, Kamala Harris is better than Graham Plattner. Better than Graham Plattner. Kamala Harris is better than Tariq.
It's genuinely like racism of low expectations. Yeah. Why would black women want anyone better? Why would black women want, a candidate who could win? It's so.
She could win. She would have won too if we didn't have, to our shame, had a bunch of bozo ass black men who didn't show up like they were supposed to. Like, this is a black mark on black men for a long time. Long time. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Oh, fucking demeaning.
The logic of a Harris candidacy, I wanted to get a sense of her decision making. She's been non-committal when it comes to the prospect of another presidential campaign. So what are the factors that actually go into that decision? I called up Jamal Simmons, her former communications director, who gave me a sense of her decision-making process.
Somebody's got to pay for the buses. Somebody's got to pay for those TV ads. Who is actually going to come out and support the campaign, work on the campaign, volunteer?
Who's the base?
Who's the base of this party? But who's the infrastructure?
Simmons said that Harris...
What does this mean?
Needs to ask herself two important questions. Number one, are the donors behind you? And number two, are the voters behind you? And
wait, somebody said something. You said I'm a paid shill. One, I am not a shill. Do you know what the word shill? I know you're FBA, so you're stupid, so you don't know what the word shill means. A shill would be somebody like Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed pretends to be neutral, but he's really trying to help the Republicans win. I am not neutral. I let people know up front I am pro-Democrat. I let people know up front that. I don't hide that. That's not a mystery. Anybody who listens to me, whether they like me or not, whether they agree with me or not, knows Haven supports the Democratic Party. I'm literally working on a political project right now called BYB. The last B stands for blue, as in Democrat. Blue as in Democrat. I could not be a shill. And I'm definitely not getting paid, but I would get paid if the DNC contacted me right now and said, keep doing videos like this, but we need you to crank it up. You got to do even more videos, and we're going to pay you. I would take that paycheck in a heartbeat. Like, y'all not saying nothing with this whole, you're a shill. I'm not a paid shill. I don't get paid, and I'm not a shill. I'm Democrat. I'm pro-Democrat. Everybody knows this. He definitely do look like Jabari from Sonetta. I'm not even going to hold you. Definitely look like that. Okay, I'm going to put you on timeout because you keep saying I get paid. I don't get paid for supporting the Democrats. I wish I got paid. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I want the Democrats to pay me to do this. I would gladly take a paycheck from the Democratic Party to do what I'm doing right now because I'm not going to have to change anything. I'm going to be saying the same thing I've been saying.
So that gave me a helpful framework to think about the next stage of our experiment. Let's talk. Now that we've heard from the party, what about everybody else? Do voters actually want another dose of Kamala Harris? Let's find out. So we went to a Juneteenth picnic in North Charleston.
You think there might be a little bit of a sampling bias here, out of curiosity? Wait, hold on. Earlier, a chatter said that in this video, they only interview like black people. Is that actually true? Are they genuine?
They at a Juneteenth, get together. I'm pretty sure only people there is black people. And that's her base. That's it. That's another reason why I don't respect none of you bozos who say I couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Because this is who you empowered. People like Vaush have more power than ever. They have way more say-so in the Democratic Party than ever because Kamala Harris lost. You put black people in a two-front war. We lost that war. Now we currently in a two-front war. One war against MAGA on one side, the lefties on the other side. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. I don't care about what most black men did. Not enough black men did it. That's why I said we as a collective. And you probably one of the black men who didn't support Kamala Harris. Stop hiding behind black men like myself who supported Kamala Harris. That's it. Y'all didn't get out and do it, which y'all was supposed to do. Y'all put black people in Jim Crow 2.0. The history books will reflect that. That there was a time when it was where black men, all black men had to do was to save the black community, was to come out and vote for a black woman to help her beat a white racist. But black men didn't do it. That's in the history books. You got to deal with that, bro. You can say what you the only thing you can say to try to save yourself is that I voted for Kamala Harris or I couldn't vote. But if I could, I would have voted for her. That's all you can say now. That's all you can say.
Humanly doing this? Okay. Puzzler 22, what did I tell you? It can't be every message. It really is woke one all over again. I've said it a million times, man. Woke one was invented by the DNC in order to convince people to vote for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. 2016 was the...
Look, nonsense. Nonsense. Because the woke one that he's talking about is identity politics. That's another thing. The first B is for black. We do black identity politics over here. I do black identity politics. That's why Vaush and the others are the enemy. They're against identity politics, black identity politics at that. What they call woke one. And they said it was invented by the DNC so black people would support Hillary over Bernie. Nonsense. Nonsense. We was never going to support Bernie Sanders, bro. Get that out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Stanley. It wasn't just that they were saying that she wasn't black because that they was influencing people not to vote for her. That was one of it, but they was really just doing the Democrats don't do nothing for black people. We gotta teach the Democrats a lesson by voting the couch. Blah 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 blah. You already know. Let me see. Somebody's commenting to me. Somebody said. He said, me, I'm a Republican. What if Trump basically? Are you black? I don't know who this is. Are you black? Because if you're black and you, first of all, Trump is not the lesser of two evils, period. And if you are a black man and you're saying that, shame on you.
First time in a presidential race that you had this overwhelming investment of rhetoric in this whole, like, it's her turn. First female president. Bernie bros are sexist. This obsession with...
Bernie bros are sexist. Bernie bros is basically Graham Plattner. That's it.
Demographic purity testing. This like, well, what does Medicare for All do to help black women? Like, this didn't happen in 2012. It didn't...
Oh, you Italian, aka white. Yeah, I asked, was you black or white? You said Italian. You white. Okay. You say you're entitled to your opinion. Okay, cool. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. No, it definitely matters for black people. It definitely matters for black people. I don't know what you're talking about. It definitely matters for black people. See, that's such a white position that it doesn't actually matter. They're all liars. Black people can't afford to take that position. Nonsense. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to RBG for the win for the 199 super sticker. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Thank you.
Happened in 2008. It was a deliberate tactic employed by Hillary Clinton. It's not the first time she's done dirty politics to try and win an election. She did it against Obama too, back in 2008. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were racist as fuck against Obama back in the big showdown between them. It's just that Obama slapped her ass so hard she didn't try again in 2012. She sat down and waited and waited. And when 2016 came around, she got to do it against Bernie.
Now, South Carolina is a crucial state for Democrats running for president.
And then she lost.
One of the first
and now we're in this
states,
timeline.
And it has a highly influential share of black voters. Okay, so I am going to write out a couple signs that give people a sense of what
the funny thing is that if you actually wanted to be like cynical about race in demographic democratic politics, you would ignore the will of black voters because they're such a reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party anyway. Like this makes the opposite of sense. If you are going to cynically invoke people's demographic preferences, the logical thing to do would be to ignore what they want because they almost always vote Democrat anyway. Why would you go out of your way to find a candidate that's appealing to black people when then black people are going to vote for the Democrat anyway. You would
because that's not what the Democrats are doing. See, this is the game. You are accusing the Democrats of cynically weaponizing the black vote, which is not what they're doing. That's what you saying they're doing. The Democrats actually care about black people because you know why? Black people are the Democrats. We are a part of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is not a mystical cabal of white liberals somewhere. We are a part of the party. We are in the leadership. We make decisions. We are the number one voter base. Yes, we are a part of the party. This is our party. That's why they go out their way to appeal to black people. It's not we just gonna vote blue no matter who. We have no agency. We don't know what we want. We are just on a Democratic plantation. That ain't it.
try to expand your base with less guaranteed voters. I think you should just...
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. That makes no sense because the less guaranteed voters that you're talking about are a bunch of racist people who are anti-black. And the only way to appeal to them is to run an anti-black candidate. Why would anybody do that?
Pitch a candidate who's inspiring and like is popular, but you know, that's just me like believing in politics, you know?
Doing here so they know to talk.
Hello?
To us. The first is going to say podcast taping, come chat with us, you know, something friendly to bring in the vibes. And then the second one will ask our question, should Kamala Harris run for president again in 2028? We had our signs, a yes and a no bucket for people to vote. Okay, King, let's wish us good luck. You gotta know. Yeah, thanks. What's up, y'all? You want to chat with us? Hey, y'all, how are you?
Like this really does feel like a joke. Like what we're really trying to determine support for Kamala Harris running again at a Juneteenth fair. Like, are we being fucking for real? How would everyone feel if they were like, you know, let's see whether or not America wants Trump to run for a third term, and then you're like, okay, here's America, and you're at like a Confederacy festival or something, or some other like overwhelmingly politically predisposed group of people, and you're like, yeah, here we go. You know, let's we're here at the Klan rally. Let's see how hyped up Americans are for Trump running for a third term.
Do you want to vote in our poll, please? Pretty please. So here's the deal. It's a little.
I was asking whether you was black or white. This is all I was asking. I wasn't asking you to be ashamed of yourself. That's it. Oh, shout out to Vegeta in the building. Exactly, because this is a part of their accelerationist playbook. These people are trying to do the Lenin's gambit. They trying to run Lenin's gambit because Lenin did something similar like this in Russia. They tried to make the more liberal side lose, help the conservative side win, make them do they do all this weird stuff. They talk against politics and say how electoral politics don't work, even though they're participating in electoral politics and they're the ones undermining it. And then they say, well, we need some type of revolution. But in their case, they're not going to advocate for violent revolution or nothing like that. As far as I know, they're just going to advocate for like a political revolution where now we run people like Graham Plattner, Mondani and all that other stuff. And then we take over like that.
Experiment, we got to either vote yes, no, and tell us why. And so you can go ahead, so we can look, we can not look, we can talk to you, you can keep it secret. It's up to you.
Okay. So you're talking about you're not gonna look at my phone.
Now I won't if you don't want me to.
No, let's all look.
All right, so we go ahead and look.
I'm just gonna say
they never mentioned this bias in the video. So fucking disqualifying. And they're doing this deliberately so they can accuse people like you and me of being racist for pointing out that Kamala Harris would not be a good candidate.
Again, where else should they go? If black people are the number one demographic in the supporter base in the Democratic Party, why shouldn't they ask them? It's not like it's equal. It'd be one thing if white people supported the Democratic Party at comparable rates, or any other group supported the Democratic Party at comparable rates. They don't. So of course they should go to them and ask them what they want. That just makes logical sense. If we got a group of people who support us at 90+%, and this group can single-handedly push a candidate through the primary system and push them into the general, and then help them win the general and get them in office, yeah, I want to know who they want. I want to know who they want.
Hey, remember when Trump won and then Kamala Harris fucked off and said nothing for like 8 months afterwards? Like the country was immediately subjected to an overwhelming wave of despair as the corruption set in and Doge started tearing the country apart and they were breaking the law like 50 times a day. And
what was she supposed to say? She has no power. See, people like you have given Trump this power, but you want her to cry about it. Like, this is nonsense. So y'all didn't vote. Trump wins because y'all didn't vote. And then now you want the person who lost because y'all didn't vote to get out there and waste her time and cry about the stuff Trump is doing that she said Trump was going to do. That ain't it. Shout out to everybody in the building.
And Kamala Harris did and said nothing, and then she did a book tour. That was cool.
So, big time. Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
Well, I mean, you know, you got Biden dropping out. You bring her in, you know, no primary. And she's stacking up the minority cards a little bit too much. You know, if it didn't go for Hillary, it's definitely not going to go for Kamala.
See, who's saying this? A black man. You can't make this up. A black man. Weakest link. Weakest link. That hurt me to say that. As a black man myself, it hurt to say that. Weakest link. Weakest link. Weakest link. You talking about, oh, she just stacking up the minority cards too much. Y'all so thirsty to appeal to white people. It's disgusting with these bozos. That's why I told y'all, all these people who was anti-Kamala, they all got this trying to prove something to a white person, whether that white person be a lefty or be a conservative. They trying to prove something to them. Oh, I want to know what her policies are. I don't care that she's black because, you know, I'm not just giving my vote away. Whoever said that you didn't want to know her policies and that you cared about her being black? Whoever said that? You just preemptively said that because you're trying to signal to conservatives that, hey, I'm not just giving my vote away. See, I'm intelligent. I'm not like those other black people on a Democratic plantation who just see black and just vote or just vote for anybody with a D next to their name. I'm intelligent. When you say stuff like that, you prove that you really just a little boy, a follower, and you're not intelligent. You're not intelligent. This type of talk sent us back to Jim Crow 2.0. Sent us into Jim Crow 2.0 and possibly is going to send us to Antebellum South 2.0. This type of talk. Y'all trying to prove something to a bunch of racists who wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. Y'all trying to prove y'all smart. Y'all trying to prove y'all not on the plantation. This is super dumb. Imagine a Jew supporting the Nazis and refusing to support the Allies because they trying to prove to the Nazis that they not in an Allied concentration camp. Imagine a Ukrainian sitting around supporting the Nazis in 1943 to try to prove to the Nazis that they not in a Soviet gulag, that they not just supporting the Soviets just to be supporting them. What kind of nonsense does this make? Imagine this. It's like a Chinese person during the Rape of Nanking supporting the Germans, the Japanese under the auspices of trying to prove that they not just going to be supporting the nationalists just because they Chinese. I'm not just going to support the communists because they Chinese. I'm not just doing that. I want to know about the policies, about how the Japanese plan to run the country and how the nationalists plan to run the country. See, I'm about policy. I don't do all that stacking up the minority cards and all this other stuff. Weakest link. Weakest link. This is why most of the Republican propaganda, not just Republican propaganda, Russian propaganda and lefty propaganda was targeted towards black people. And the majority of that was targeted towards black men. Weakest link. Weakest link, bro. Can't make this up, bro. Weakest link.
I think we found that out. I don't think there's any need for us to dip our toe in that pool again. So am I.
Look at that. You magically attack Hillary Clinton and then you attack Kamala Harris. We know where you get your information from. Can't make this up. Weakest link, man. Weakest link, bro. We ain't never gonna get free like this, man. Maybe it's a good thing that we got that we gonna have to go through like 40 years just to try to get out of this. Because we won't have to worry about bozos like this in 40 years. Can't believe this. Right-wing talking points. Wait, somebody said that. Yes, shout out to you, John. Right-wing talking points, bro. Trying to prove something. And look, Vaush, look at his face. He's probably gonna agree with this bozo. Like, he teaching.
Hearing is you think just like it's too hard for.
Look, he said, my man. He called you his man. Can't make this up, bro. Weakest link. Weakest link, bro. I'm gonna say that. Like young black men around his age, weakest link, bro.
For a black woman to win?
Absolutely, 100%. Just in general, not even elections, just in America.
Whatever the logic, I don't care how you get there. Don't run her.
You know?
So you're saying because of that, you think that Democrats should nominate somebody else?
Absolutely, for sure.
What do you think about what he just said?
I think it's hard because, like, you want black women to succeed, you want to see them, but you have to play the game. And I don't think that Kamala can win the game.
Going into Election Day last year, do you think she was already... Did you think like, a black woman could win? Or did it took after that? You're like,
It took after that. I think I was just as surprised as I think a lot of people were to think that it's not even like, we're not as progressive. It's just like, I think we're at a unique time in America where it's like, you don't need to be political to be a politician. Mm-hmm. You need to be popular. You need to be sellable. You need to be favorite. Like, you need to be a lot more.
Why isn't she? I mean, theoretically,
she's too smart.
There we go. All right. So it feels like these perspectives are coming from more like a perspective of Afro pessimism, you know?
Too smart. I think that people can't relate to her. I think.
Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Exactly. That's another thing. That's a lot. That's another jealousy. That's why they quick to attack people education levels, talking about degrees and all this other stuff. They quick to attack that. I'm done. This is ridiculous, man. I cannot co-sign this, man. I can't. This is disgusting. Beyond disgusting. Can't believe that.
The people in middle of nowhere. I think it's really easy in a big city to compare yourself to other people looking around. But I've lived in rural Georgia, rural Ohio. Like, I've lived in these rural.
Anti-white signaling. Don't Vaush talk about people who live in the middle of nowhere? And she's right. The people, majority of people who live in the middle of nowhere are white and they're racist.
Areas where you drive and you see nothing but Republicans, you see nothing but support, and it's like, how do you change the mind? And I don't think a person like Kamala, I think she's too far. I think you need to consider someone like Gavin Newsom, someone who looks a little bit more like what they're used to dip the toe in.
So we're saying white guy again.
Or white woman.
The lesson it seems like the lesson learned here is the wrong one. It's Afro pessimism. The idea that Kamala Harris lost because she was a black woman and not because she was like an incredibly insincere, unpopular candidate who stood for nothing.
Yep. That's one of the reasons she lost, because she was a black woman. A lot of black men didn't support her because she was a black woman. You had a lot of people coming out for Trump just because she was a black woman. Hating on the black woman. This is a fact.
Distanced herself from any kind of progressive activism, said she'd do the same thing as Biden, who was at that point underwater in terms of polling.
First time. I want to hear you though. Are we saying white guy?
I'm saying it because I'm at a point now where I would rather have a competent white man than have another Trump run that back. And I think it's unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate that's like where we are. But I think that we've like just progressed so far back to like, it's almost like we have to start the game over again.
I think the whole Democratic Party needs to step their game up. I mean, what he's doing in office right now, nobody's doing nothing. It's ridiculous. They need me in there.
Tell us which.
Yes, that's assuming everyone's celebrating Juneteenth via Kamala because she's black. Huh? Black people overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. Black people overwhelmingly vote for Democrats, and they double overwhelmingly vote for black candidates. There is a huge amount of like Democratic and racial bias in the American black community. This is just true. It's incredibly overwhelming. It's greater than like the predisposition for white people to vote for white candidates. There is a huge amount of it. I think it's fair to assume that, like, yeah, a Juneteenth fair would probably carry with it some kind of bias contrary to the general interest of the American population.
Which bucket you're gonna vote in?
I'm gonna vote in the no bucket.
You're gonna vote in the no bucket? Why?
Only just because before she, ran for president and then also was the vice president with Joe Biden, she did a lot of stuff that was not, I don't know how to say it, I guess beneficial to the Black community, really. And a lot of times I feel like us Black people, when we see someone that is of our color, they kind of like gravitate towards them because they feel as if they're going to do what's best for us. Yep. And then also I care a lot about what's happening in Palestine too. And I don't like her politics when it comes to that either. What she does is
Look, Black leftist talk. So again, you was ready to sacrifice the Black race for Palestine. Bunch of Palestinians who wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. This is what I'm talking about. This is why we got to do third wave Black internationalism. This nonsense that we gonna not support Kamala Harris, the person who's best for us, because I don't like what's going on with Palestinians. Like, get out of here with that. I mean, not going for that.
has to benefit off of the Black community too. Like,
what do you mean by that?
As in, like, a lot of times, like, before like all this presidential stuff, I didn't really recall her acknowledging that she was kinfolk, if that makes sense.
Another lie. So now he's trying to say that, oh, the people keep saying that they don't know this. This is a bold-faced lie. Well, like, I think the first time Kamala Harris was even on national TV, it was about her being Black, celebrating her because she was like the first Black person ever to become be elected district attorney in like a major city. Definitely the first one ever to be elected district attorney in San Francisco. Let me see if I can find that clip. Like, you can't make this up. You can't make this up, bro. This is what I'm talking about. And it's also young Black people who are terminally online, bro. Because that's where that come from. We got a Black woman right here spouting lefty nonsense and also spouting right-wing nonsense. We can't, we see, we did this to ourselves, man.
That makes sense to me.
So, and now, because it's beneficial for her and she needs our votes, she's like, yeah, I'm blacking out.
So this is also like in-group racial signaling, I think.
Proud all of a sudden.
But you're saying looking forward, that's not where you want to go next.
Oh.
Wait, what does that mean? I could speculate and I could give you a couple of potential suggestions, but I don't want to get in trouble.
The question is, should she run again?
You know what? Yeah. I mean,
all right. So it seems like as if you had some problems last time, but you're not opposed to her running again.
If she does a lot of things and she changes certain things and she comes and hit all these pointers, especially after like dealing with Trump's presidency, I feel like
calling her not Black because she's one of the elites. I mean, pardon me for being a Marxist. I think the lesson we should take away is that like your race is almost entirely irrelevant in the context of national politics. Like, if you reach a level politically where you're capable of being the president, everything about you is shortened away. Like your demographic identifiers mean less and less the wealthier you are, which is like,
yeah, no. See, they confused. They saying she not Black because again, Trump talking about, oh, Kamala Harris never that again. That's how that talking point got popular. Trump was like, oh, Kamala Harris never said she was Black. I don't remember her ever saying she was Black until she wanted to run for president. Disgusting. Disgusting that a Black person would even say that. Disgusting. Beyond disgusting. But yeah, let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. Matter of fact, I think this is the clip. I think I found the clip. I think I did. Let's keep going.
Factually 100% true. As Andrew Tate put it, racism is for poor people. Capital makes you white. Well, I would argue capital makes you like an agent of capital. It's not like the capital class is doing good for white people. Like this is a white supremacist country, but this is not a country where the elites go out of their way to benefit the white population, right? That shit doesn't happen very often. Usually they're just like the least scapegoated group. Everyone is suffering right now.
We're not gonna have that many candidates that's willing to do half the things that she's probably willing to do, especially in this upcoming election, because we see what's going on. I feel like J.D. Vance is probably gonna try to run for president, and that's a heck no. So like,
so you're saying if that's their two options, then you're kind of leaning more towards
I'll
her.
lean most definitely
So
towards
how
her.
about you put down what the things you would want her to see differently?
Yeah.
You mentioned Palestine and things like that. When you're saying things that you felt weren't for the Black community before, you're talking about like the criminal justice stuff. And
Yeah,
like all
which
that.
I understand it, but it's like, to me, I feel as if her target more so was us, if that makes sense.
You're saying she was locking us up until she needed our vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, this is nonsense. So you're saying that she was targeting Black people. She was not targeting Black people. This is like, oh my God, this is disgusting. This is what we dealing with. This is the youth. They got to get off the internet, bro. I'll get off the internet if people agree to get off the internet, bro. If young Black people agree to get off the internet, I'll get off the internet. Wait, time out. Somebody said something. You said, let me look at this chat, because I wasn't looking at the chat this whole time. It's Kamala Black. No, her father is not half Black, and she's Black. Again, this is America. We're not doing this. We're not playing the stupid ass, oh, it's somebody about percentage games. This is something that people just tried to make up, because if that was the case, why nobody said that about Obama? And why nobody even been saying stuff like this about the like damn near 70% of Black leadership since slavery ended? Like most of the Black leadership ever was like light bright, damn near white, and biracials. When did somebody being a biracial become an issue in the Black community? You said Blacks are so racist, so you can go. I could put you permanently on a ban because you can get out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all supporting the stream.
Mike, let me cut through the chase. Yeah, that's what you said. All right. Did you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024?
Yes, I did.
You did? Now, do you think she should run for president again?
Well, I don't see why not. I mean, I think she has the right to, just like any other American citizen.
Do you think it's a good idea for the Democratic Party?
Well, I'll be totally honest with you. I don't think the Democratic Party right now knows its head from a hole in the ground. So
he's hitting
they don't have anything to lose really by putting her up there, to be honest with you, because, you know, I just basically think that right now I really don't see anyone else on the horizon that has the charisma to rally those who are opposed to the current regime right now.
So we heard some people saying like they worry that a woman would have a tough time winning.
Wait, time out. I think I've been saying her name wrong this whole time. I've been calling her Kamala, and it's Kamala. Dag, I don't even know. Like, come on. Wait, somebody said
they worry
about
that
being banned. I thought, oh, they got him out of here. I didn't even know he was still commenting. That's crazy. I didn't even know he was even still like, you know, commenting. I thought he was gone after I said, I don't care about you being white or Black. But that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't been seeing a lot of comments. I haven't been looking at the comments. Sorry, y'all. You second. You say you don't see as a Black woman to you, but I bet you worshiping biracials all day. See, this is the nonsense I'm talking about. Magically, Kamala Harris is not a Black woman because she's biracial, but these is coming from these FBA bozos who worship at the feet of biracials. Biracials are literally the number one group of power in the Black community. But now all of a sudden, people don't believe in somebody being biracial. You can't fool me. Y'all can't fool me. They can't fool me at all. You said Kamala's an Indian. You have been deceived. She's half Indian. Like, this is the nonsense we keep talking about. Her father is black. Her mother is Indian, who's also a part of Black history, by the way. Kamala's family, whole family from that whole lineage is a part of Black history. It's Kamala. See, Kamala. Kamala's whole family is a part of Black history. Kamala is the most accomplished Black woman in the history of the United States of America. What's not hitting to y'all? Her father is not an Indian. Her mother is. What's not clicking? Kamala's father is Jamaican, Black man, also a part of Black history. I think he was the first Black man to be a professor of economics at Stanford. He's a part of Black history. Like, what's not clicking with y'all? Her whole family being a part of Black history is documented. It's documented. Like this whole, oh, she never said she was Black. Since when? Anybody saying that can't prove that, can't substantiate that. Can't. Matter of fact, we're going to let this keep going, but I'm about to show you something. Shout out to you because you donated. So yeah, let me educate you properly.
After last time, that they need somebody fresh, like things like that. I wonder
you
what
can really feel the incredible enthusiasm. Kind of if anything, kind of a testament to my point that she's a bad candidate, that like even here, the responses we're getting are like so measured. I suppose she's legally allowed to run. We don't have anyone more charismatic than her after all. Jesus.
Think about those type of things.
Well, now, Joe Biden ran for president at least 3 or 4 times before
Certainly.
he was actually elected.
Yep.
Okay, Ronald Reagan ran about 2 times before he was reelected.
Yeah, but Joe Biden lost in the primaries. Kamala Harris lost in the general.
So I really don't think that that's an accurate.
That's even worse. They didn't even like your man Bernie. He didn't even make it to the general to lose.
Comparison to say that just because you lost once doesn't mean that you shouldn't run again.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
twice. She ran twice.
But yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's no real reason why she shouldn't.
You want to join us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so how about you said no way.
I don't think she should run again.
Tell me why.
Because you haven't seen her since she ran.
Yes.
That's the only time you've seen her, when she was politicking. Ever since then, we heard nothing else from her. So
what are you supposed to hear from her? You want her to sit around and say, "Oh, poor babies, y'all didn't vote for me," and Trump? Because again, if I was her and y'all was hearing from me, it would just be me rubbing it in y'all face about how y'all didn't vote for me and how I said this was gonna happen. Now it's happening. Ha 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 ha. That's all you would hear from me. That's all. That's all you would hear from me.
why would she run again?
We're in South Carolina because this is an all-important state, all-important question, and so people like you are the exact thoughts we want to hear.
Yeah.
So I see you pondering.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
She should. I know it wasn't pondering. I was just thinking about what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. Now, can you give us a reason why?
Because we need women. We need women. Women do the thing right. Mm-hmm. And every time we get a chance to make a step, they push us back. Mm-hmm. But if all of us get in together and vote for her, she can win, and everything's going to change. And she can clean up the crap that's in there now.
Why do you think it will go differently next time than it went the last couple times?
Because she's been through 3 times the charm.
3rd time's the charm?
Okay.
There we go.
You're more than welcome.
Very reliable.
Thank you. You want to talk to us about what you voted and why? You think she should run again? Yes. Now, the question I've been asking all the people who vote yes is, why do they think next time will go differently than last time?
Because Trump has opened up those eyes of those dingbats.
All right, so we're asking people if they think
Man, if that was the case, I feel like everyone should have known by 2024, when he had already been president for 4 years, a massive public figure for 8, and had already attempted an insurrection. Like,
Clarence to run for president again in 2028. We would love to know y'all's answers.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I think she had a really strong political standpoint. She had a strong ability. Yeah, she really did. Like, she told us everything that was going to happen in this presidency, like in this candidacy.
I feel like she genuinely wants to help everybody.
Why do you think she would have a better chance of being successful in 2028 than she wasn't in 2024?
Because now Trump can anticipate what goes wrong. Like, now
run us to the ground.
You're saying like it's the circumstances are different.
Yeah. She can anticipate what goes wrong. She can build her campaign based on what went wrong, and then she can build back and come back stronger. So I think she has a great candidate.
Some people are like, we might, Democrats might need a white guy, that they're worried that women can't win. They're worried.
I really, really, really wish that when they asked prospective Democratic voters who they would support for the presidency, they included the option not inspired by anyone. Because in the current field, there are only two serious candidates, Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. Those are the only two candidates that have the name recognition. AOC is not old enough. It's not happening right now. But like I feel like they're deliberately leaving that out because I feel like that would be the majority. People just saying like completely uninspired. She technically is. I'm not saying she's technically not old enough. I mean, she's just not old enough.
Black women can't win. Is that a fear that you all have?
No, Black women can do anything.
I think people in this country have gotten too comfortable
for sure
being outwardly against groups of people.
You're saying there's a moment of recognition that Trump is kind of fumbled, that you think that Harris can now come back and seize it. Is if I hear y'all right?
It's possible.
Okay.
In a nutshell, America's not ready for a woman to lead.
I would love to see her take office, but I have to agree. I don't think the United States is ready right now to actually put a woman in the office.
I don't think there'll never be a woman president in the
There's not a lot of enthusiasm here. Jesus Christ.
United States.
Now, wait. You can't just walk away on that. Tell us why.
Because the system. And if you look at the system, it's been all man from the beginning of time.
Certainly. But, I mean, as of 2007, there was only white guys for a whole period of time. Why can't that system change?
Well, if we could get out and do the right thing, yeah. That's the main thing. Doing the right thing.
I would say Harris.
Harris?
Would you? Why? Yeah. Well, I didn't think she got a fair shot first go around. Wasn't
exactly. I'm happy that the Black people are actually doing the right thing and saying the right thing. I'm happy about this. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm not seeing anything that I should be mad about. You said Harris is dumb. Harris is extremely smart. I don't know what you're talking about. You must be one of these black men who didn't vote for her. Or you could be a white leftist. Who knows? Either way, let's get back to this.
enough time for her to get in what she needed to as far as getting the word out for what she.
But her popularity was at the highest after the DNC, and it only dropped after that. If anything, the data we have from the election suggests that if Kamala Harris had been running like 2 years prior, she would have done worse than she did.
Actually,
no, she wouldn't have. No, she wouldn't have. But yes, I hopefully they do not move the primary out of South Carolina so she can run and black people can come out and support her 80+%, because I can see it now. There are a lot of black people not supporting her. Not even a lot, but a sizable amount not supporting her. So instead of being 90+%, it's 80+%. And then she glides right into the Democratic nominee for president. So yeah, we got to keep it there. What'd you say? I'm the, leftist. So are you a black man or a white man? Let me know. Inquiring minds want to know. Let me know. You black man or white man? Shout out to you. Oh, you voting for Trump again? Oh yeah, you're bozo. Trump support is bozo support, especially coming from a black man. I don't even know if you're black or not, but if you are, that makes you a bozo.
If anything at all, or just talk to people.
Like, do you really think Kamala Harris would have done better if she'd had 2 entire years to say, yes, I agree with Joe Biden on everything. No, I won't change anything. Yes, I think Israel should be able to do whatever they want. Like, do we really think that would have been the secret sauce to give her a winning chance?
She never said Israel could do whatever she want. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu did not want Kamala Harris to be president. He wanted Trump to be president. who's actually letting Israel do whatever they want and actually fighting a war for Israel, a war that nobody else would have did. Let's be clear about that. We are currently at war with Iran because Trump is doing everything Benjamin Netanyahu wanted him to do. Something Kamala Harris would not have done. So I don't want to hear nobody bringing up the point about Israel, because everything that you cried about Israel is still happening, but worse because Trump is in office.
That's in 2024.
You just think that she had too little bit of time last time. Now, I'll ask her, what do you think?
I would go for her again if she ran again.
But do you want her to run again?
I don't know if I want her subjected to all she had me subjected to.
Yours seems to be more like you don't want to see her go through that again? Yeah. Interesting. Now, is that a penalty of like racism and sexism you think would apply to any black woman running?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this isn't Harris specific.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you straight up, I'm not a chump. And when you're dealing with the Republicans, you have to, you really have to step up and be ready to deal with them. And I think Gavin Newsom, he's ready to throw punches. He's not afraid of them. He won't back down, you know.
Hard disagree.
You're not doing that. What was somebody said? You said BS. Trump is fighting. Are you clueless? So Trump is fighting Israel's war and Iran to bring down a deep state. Yeah. Nonsense. Matter of fact, I forgot that. I did ask you, are you black or are you white? I need to know that. I need to know. Who cares about your eyes? The average black person doesn't see it like that. The average black person sees Kamala as what? A black woman. And they voted for her and they support her as a black woman. She's also the most accomplished black woman in American history. And the fact that you don't see it that way doesn't mean anything. Your name is Insightful. Am I reading that correctly? Because I can't really see. Your name is Insightful. You don't seem very insightful. No, not a lot. Not a lot. But again, she got the majority of black support. And again, the handful of black people like you who didn't support her are the real losers and the bozos. And you're going to go down in history as the losers and the bozo. You helped bring about Jim Crow 2.0, possibly Antebellum South 2.0. Only thing left to get is the 14th Amendment, and we back in the Antebellum South. You the bozos who did this. You're like a bozo who's basically celebrating that you helped the Nazis win as they stiff shove all the Jews in the concentration camps. Like you feel good about that? You're a bozo. You're a weirdo. I know, because Trump is an idiot and incompetent. He launched a war that he wasn't prepared to fight for Israel, and now he's losing because he's a bozo and a dweeb. And who did that to and black people did that to themselves, especially black people like you. But yeah, let's get back to this.
But I appreciate the sauce. I appreciate the pep in her step, you know?
From them. So I'm hoping that we can have, if not Kamala, which I think she won't back down either, but if not Kamala, I just want it to be someone with a backbone. So
okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot though. The primary is today, and you have to choose between Newsom and Harris. Who you vote for?
I'm still rolling with Harris.
Okay.
I'm rolling with Harris all the way.
Not a tremendous slate of candidates we have here.
Support for this show comes.
We're listening and learning.
All right, so I'm back in New York, and I'm getting ready to count the votes from South Carolina. But before we do that, there is one person I really wanted to talk to. Now, remember, Kamala Harris's former communications director, Jamal Simmons, told me that she needs the support of two groups in order to mount another campaign. She needs her base, who we talked to in South Carolina, and she needs the donors. And so to get a temperature check on that group, I decided to call up John Morgan.
Exactly.
John Morgan, and I'm a lawyer in Florida.
John's an influential mega donor. He first got involved in Democratic politics way back in Bill Clinton's years.
Donated and raised tens of millions of dollars.
So I decided to start by asking him straight up, do you want Kamala Harris to run for president again?
I do not. I think that everything associated with the Biden administration needs to be put to the side and moved on. I mean, Hillary Clinton came out saying that everything that happened was a disaster.
He made it terrible.
It's insane that like the primary motivator for the DNC seems to be not alienating donors, but they did it worse than they've ever done it before by being so bad at their jobs and burning through billions of dollars with nothing to show for it.
Stake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again.
I just think that everything that happened has left a bad taste, and we need a fresh start on that side of the aisle. And look, I understand how she's feeling because the books I read, I think she went to bed thinking she had a shot. You can imagine her feelings to have felt that she was that close. And look, she knows why. I mean, she had a short
He's the founder of the centrist Common Ground Party, which launched in June 2026, a former Democratic fundraiser. Okay, so what he doesn't even consider himself a Democrat anymore? He was Bill Clinton's state finance chairman. Fiscally conservative, socially compassionate. Okay, gotcha, great. Big fan of legalizing marijuana, worth about $1.5 billion.
Campaign. She was tied to Biden. I think it's time to turn the page, new book, new songbook, and I don't think the money would come to her and the votes wouldn't come.
That was my second question. I hear your individual opinion. Like, do you think from a donor community largely that there's any appetite for a Harris return?
I don't. And look, her natural base is going to be California, and she's going to be competing heavily with Gavin Newsom in California. So they're going to be kind of cannibalizing each other's donors.
But are you hearing that privately? Because I'm sure there's conversations that you're having among a donor class that we're not
I'm hearing it privately and I'm hearing it publicly. I mean, it's the loss was so spectacular with so much money. I mean, it was not as bad as McGovern in 1972, but it was a shellacking.
If people are privately,
no, it wasn't. She didn't get blown out. That's a lie. Kamala Harris did not. Kamala Harris did not get blown out. I don't know why I keep saying Kamala. It's Kamala. Kamala Harris did not get blown out. That's a lie.
Saying that they don't think Harris should run. Why is there such reticence to say it publicly? When we talk to people, we were calling folks around, people I kind of know.
Stop bringing up 50-year-old races. I think a lot of people really understate how devastating her loss was. We're talking about she lost to a previous incumbent. So a person who had already lost the presidential in the general. A president who ended his first term with an incredibly low approval rating and then who did a fucking insurrection attempt. Trump's approval rating before he left office in 2021 was mid-20s because of J6?
And then everybody forgot about J6. Like nobody cared about J6. Let's be real. A lot of the people who were saying, "Oh, I'm never going to support Republicans again because of January 6th," they were just being performative. Because they all came out and voted for Trump again. It was pure performance. Them poll numbers didn't mean anything. Just like when Hillary Clinton ran, Trump was supposed to get blown out. But guess what? How many people came out and voted for Trump anyway? Who was talking about, "Oh, Trump, I'll never vote for Trump." Election day came, they voted for him. She did not have a bad campaign. She didn't do anything wrong. She got sabotaged by her own side. Swift voted. That's it. She didn't she lost more than Trump won. And her loss is because people who are supposed to be on her side were sabotaging her. That's it. You lefties were sabotaging her. That's why the Democratic Party should have did away with everybody who was on these bozo lefties. Should have did away with y'all. Make y'all go do your own party. Should have been did away with her. Should have been did away with her. With y'all. Should have been did away with y'all.
Yeah, no, by conventional political logic, the idea of her then losing is shocking. But that is how bad she was. Realistically, who else can it be besides Gavin and Kamala? Listen, we have 2 years to go before the election, more or less. That's more than enough time to pitch anyone. The problem is not we lack good people. The problem is the patronage culture in the Democratic Party where people wait their turn, where there is a strong internal pressure to not rock the boat by signing up when it's other people's turn. The Democratic Party despises primaries. They hate it. They think it's rude and unbecoming, and you can legitimately lose institutional support if you decide to run against an incumbent or somebody who's the field is cleared for. That is the problem.
Privately even might be skeptical, but there's a real concern about saying it out loud. If Democrats think her running again puts them in a worse position.
Exactly. He wants another placard. He wants another placard. You say you got those numbers from Wikipedia, but yeah, still in all, that's not a big W. That's not a big W. This was one of the closest races in recent political history. It wasn't this landslide blowout that people try to pretend it was.
Why not just say it?
Well, Democrats are so worried about being labeled and saying something about, oh, I got you. But I think people think to say no to her, they could be labeled racist. And they don't want that because they're Democrats.
I guess to play devil's advocate against even my last point.
Oh, here we go. More nonsense that somehow, we got to walk on eggshells with black people because we don't want to be labeled racist. Get that out of here.
He's not wrong.
No, he is wrong. And if that's the case, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. Y'all would already know that, hey, y'all better keep walking on them eggshells. Why y'all not walking on eggshells right now? And jumping behind Kamala. The numbers are already out. Black people have spoken. We want Kamala. So why don't y'all continue to walk on eggshells and shut up and fall in line?
Establishment Democrats love to disingenuously, cynically weaponize the accusation of racism if you point out obvious flaws in their bad candidates. Christ, look at Crockett.
What would be so bad about
this guy's racist, though? Yeah, probably. But he is correct on this.
Throwing her hat in there. Should
this guy is racist, but he's correct on this? No, he's not correct. He is, in fact, racist, but he's not correct. And Jasmine Crockett was a good candidate. She was not a bad candidate at all.
Donors kind of have the right to preclude someone or kind of get ahead of their decision process in the ways that might not be where the electorate is.
No, absolutely not. Listen, when you have a robust primary with everybody taking real bullets and shooting real bullets, the strong usually survive. And so I'm not saying she should not run. I'm saying if you believe that's your destiny, I believe that the journey is the reward, not necessarily the win. And if I was thinking like her, I would never want to go to my grave wondering what if. I mean, one of the things, she's got to really be thinking about it. We all would if we were her. If she did throw her hat in the ring and if the money didn't come, it would be very embarrassing.
That's kind of where I was going to land is do
you guys feel like you would want to donate to a Kamala Harris 2028 campaign?
I would.
If you're what you're
I would. And she can raise her own money. The same way Mondani did, the same way Placker did. She got the support. She can do it. She can do it. And nobody can mess with her in the primary. It's going to be clear. Hopefully the primary starts in South Carolina like it's supposed to. It runs through South Carolina like it's supposed to. She gets out to these huge leads that become insurmountable. And it forces the donors' hands.
Saying is that you don't think the money would necessarily flow to her if she came back. Doesn't that create some sort of awkwardness? If the former vice president was to run for president again and there's not an appetite from the highest levels of the party, that would seem sort of unsustainable as a campaign.
It would be. If only we had a process by which you could determine the popularity of a candidate before pitching them in the general. Just hypothetically, if only there was some kind of abstract, if we could formulate some system for determining the most popular candidate, the best suited for the general election before the general election.
And it would be very hurtful to her because she'll be going, look, she knows where all that money's coming from. And so her first calls would be to go back to all of that money.
Go back to those folks.
Go back to all that. And guess what? She might be doing it now. If I was her, I would. I'd be ferreting out who's in and who's out. And I don't think that she'll jump in if she starts getting a lot of no's. But by no means should she just say, hey, the donor class doesn't want me. The donor class doesn't get to decide who the people get to decide. The donor class get to decide who they're going to support. And by the way, it's going to be about 15 people.
If Kamala Harris does kind of end up getting in the race, would you sit out money-wise? Like, kind of how would you play that if she were, seeming to return, if Democrats looked like they were going to nominate her again?
I did not appreciate the anointing of Kamala Harris for president. I believe that there should have been a brief.
Okay, this guy's a bozo. What do you mean anointing? She's the vice president of the United States of America. If the president cannot perform his duty, then the vice president's job is to take over. Not Donald Trump. Joe Biden was running for president. He couldn't continue. So who else you want to pick besides the vice president? It was too late to do a primary. How are you going to do a primary 100 and something days before the election? If the vice president was somebody other than a black woman, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. If the vice president had been a white man, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Any white man. It could have been Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, anybody. You wouldn't feel this same way.
Aggressive primary to let the best person win. And I think that what Joe Biden.
Yeah, we're not doing no primary 100 and something days before the election, and the vice president is right there. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. This is the problem. They thought they could sneak in one of these white lefty candidates or one of these other white people to try to sneak them in there because they've been trying to get Kamala Harris out the way. That was before Joe Biden was even talking, before the election even came out. Y'all was talking about, if they when it was time to fill the seat on the Supreme Court, they was like, well, you know what? Kamala Harris should resign and go be on the Supreme Court. And then he should put another vice president. Y'all been hated Kamala. Y'all been hated her.
It's crazy. This guy's like in line with the DSA left on this. Like I was saying that. Well, I think after Joe Biden really dragged his feet on resigning or like giving up the campaign after that disastrous debate, I think that past a point, I was like, fuck, there's literally no time. But like, obviously we all agree, certainly with the benefit of hindsight, that we should have just had a fucking primary. Yeah, past a certain point, like Joe Biden dragged it out so fucking long that we basically couldn't do one anymore. We didn't have time. It had to be Kamala Harris. But that was kind of the point, right? Like that's a systemic failure.
And on top of that, what kind of primary were you planning to do? Because if it would have been up to the people, black people would have came out and picked Kamala. They would have picked Kamala. It was up to the people.
That we all paid for in the form of Trump too.
Did is he was pissed off. It was an FU to Nancy Pelosi, and in a fit of anger, and maybe in a fit of days, he just made her the nominee, and everybody had to live with it.
All right, my last question, John, is okay. Let's say if Harris isn't,
that's cool. I don't think the president should get to just do that. I don't think the president should get to just decide the nominee for the general in the next election, unless it's them. Like they should be the one. I feel like no, Joe Biden is a piece of shit.
No, Joe Biden is one of the greatest presidents in American history. And on top of that, he should have been able to pick. Matter of fact, I don't even see it as a pick. I'm the president. I can no longer continue on in what I'm doing. I'm handing it off to the vice president. The end.
No, for sure.
the standard bearer you're seeking for a more
Paul's ego most
moderate
vindicated.
liberal lane. Who are the names that you're
Doomer
excited
of all
by,
time.
who you think could occupy what the Biden administration was supposed to represent, but in a new, fresh form?
The ironic part about the Democratic Party is they have a long bench, a big bench. And I think there are people like Andy Beshear, who won 3 times in a very red state. I think Mark Kelly, who was attacked by the Trump administration and he fought back. I think Wes Moore in Maryland is like, just, off the charts, charismatic. I don't think you can count Whitmer out. Look, there are so many good.
Literally, like,
I think he was doing a lot of moaning when he mentioned Governor Wes Moore. But let's continue.
Complicit corpo dems, all Zionists and suck ups to the Trump administration. Whitner's literally like gone dark because she basically just folded to the Trump administration. These are all terrible candidates. These are worse than Kamala Harris.
The Democratic Party has a lot of options.
John, it kind of sounds like you're saying anyone but Harris.
I would not want her, and I would not want Buttigieg.
Just say anyone but anyone tied to Biden.
Yes, the campaign needs to be called Bye Bye Biden. Like the what was that, NSYNC or the Backstreet Boys?
Yeah. NSYNC, bye, bye, bye.
Bye, 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 bye. It needs to be Bye 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 Biden. And
no bye, 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 Biden. Shout out to Biden. Biden, one of the greatest presidents in American history. 3rd greatest president for black people in American history. White men, I will say that. Of all the white men who have been president, Joe Biden is number 3 in greatness for black people. Shout out to Joe Biden.
Everybody associated with it, all the campaign managers, everybody that worked on the campaign, just go home. Let's start fresh. Let's see what we can get.
John, I appreciate your time. Thank you, and let's stay in touch as we keep going through the cycle.
All right, you're good at this.
I appreciate it. To
Count the
bring
votes.
reasons that people laid for their support, which I think we need more women in government. Yes, she should run. People are fed up with MAGA and Republicans. And as we tally up the votes, it seems like a firm victory for the yes corner, about 60-40 split. Here are some of the...
Dude, 60-40 at a fucking South Carolina Juneteenth fair? That's insane. That's incredible. Are you fucking kidding me? Weren't black people like 90-10 for Kamala back in 2024 or something? That's insanely bad. Holy shit. That's way worse than I thought it would be. Looking forward to our future, I suppose. Into the torment nexus. Man, Kamala is radioactive with how unpopular she is. I find it deeply insulting that I have to waste time and effort supporting candidates for a party that cares this little. Like, Kamala Harris's loss in unpopularity are obvious to normal people. Normal people look at her like, and by normal people, I don't mean like the median American. What I mean is like, if you step outside the push and pull of immediate partisan politics where people don't really understand what their options are, and you just look at her with a very basic, like, is this a charismatic candidate? Is she a good candidate? What does she stand for? Does she elevate people? Does she excite them? She fails on all of these accounts. Trump is a uniquely energizing candidate for Republicans, but he did not get like an overwhelming number of votes back in 2024. She just underperformed. But it doesn't matter. Rewarding failure over and over and over again.
We're not rewarding failure over and over again. I'm happy that I got to do that. Oh, shout out to Benevolent in the building. Much appreciated. Oh my God. I can't believe this. It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I gotta go. Dang, I got like where all these people on? I got a bunch of people on Twitter watching me. Shout out to all the people watching me on Twitter. Got like a gazillion people watching me over there right now. I just looked at that. Drop a comment, Twitter people. But anyway, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. Shout out to everybody in the building. Thank y'all for all y'all support. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. It's much. And if you want to really support me, hit that pin link. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I take it all. A whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Gifts, take that. Join the channel, hit the join button. Or you can gift somebody memberships. I take that too. Or super thanks, super chat, super sticker. I take it all. But anyway, we gotta just shout out everybody who contributed tonight. Much appreciated to everybody who came through. Shout out to Romario coming through with the 2, setting it off with the 2. Whole lot of ones with a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to Noel for coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with a 5. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the 199. Shout out to Black Adam for coming through with the 2. Salute. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 10. Shout out to the brother who came through with the or sister who came through with the 999. I asked them how to say their name. They said it don't matter, but you know, I'm gonna show them respect anyway. I'm gonna just call them MM. Shout out to MM. I asked this person too because I can't see it. I'm like, is that Loki or is that Loco? Life for the party. Shout out coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to RVG for the win coming through with the 199 sticker. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Oh, shout out to East Coast Kev. He just came through with a 10. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. Shout out to Priscilla. She had came through with a Cash App the other day, but I didn't see her to shout her out, but I saw it today. So shout out to Priscilla for coming through with the Cash App. And your family, if you come through with a Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, just let me know if you want a shout out or not. Let me know, and I'll give you a shout out. But yeah, shout out to East Coast Kev. Let me read this some more. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the angry hoe was always lying. That's what the angry hoe do. He lies. He an angry hoe who lies. We can't take him serious. I think I want to cook him some more. So yeah, I'm about to go tune into him. I want to cook him some more. But shout out to you for coming through with the 10, bro. Shout out to everybody who came through with you know, fire emojis, thumbs up, who liked the stream, who commented, who hit that reaction heart. All support is good support. So if you can't support monetarily, you can still support other ways. Drop in a comment, just regularly, just engaging with the stream, dropping comments, commenting. That's support. Hitting that thumbs up, that's support. Sharing it is support. Remember, family, engagement is support. And I'm out the algorithm. Help force me back into the algorithm. Let me see something. Oh, shout out to MM coming through with the $4.99. I guess that's so I'm gonna call you, brother. MM. Thank you for that $4.99. You just came through with it. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I'm about to end this right now. Shout out to everybody. Like the people on Twitter. Do y'all want to say anything? Because it's like over 300 of y'all over there. Over 300 people on Twitter. Y'all want to say anything? Let me know. Let me know. Do y'all want to say anything before I get out of here? Matter of fact, I'm going to say something from here. Say something from the comment section. Yo. Let me see. Did that comment come up? Oh, shout out to Paula Waller for coming through with the fire emojis. Thank you for rocking with me. Exactly, Vegeta. I couldn't have said it better. The voters underperformed. Kamala Harris did. Kamala. I said it wrong. Kamala Harris did not underperform. The voters did. The voters did. Salute, salute, salute. Yep, that's me on the Twitter. Yo. That's me on X. Yo, yo, yo. But anyway, yeah, I'm about to end it right now. Thank you for everybody who came through. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much love. Much love. Everybody have a good night, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever, wherever you at. Just be blessed and be safe. Most important. And I'll probably catch y'all tomorrow, the day after, or today, whatever. And go subscribe to all my other channels too. I forgot to tell you that. Go subscribe to all my other channels. Much appreciated. Exactly. Voter turnout was in the trash. But yeah, we're going to end this right here in a little bit. But yeah, remember, y'all, my DMs is always open. So hit me in the DMs, hit me, email me, all that good stuff. If you got any suggestions, anything like that, we could do that. We can do that. We can do that. we can do that. Y'all see that? See my email address. Hit me up on the emails, description box below. Y'all could write into that. Just much appreciated. Shout out to everybody. Oh my goodness. Shout out to everybody. We're gonna let East Coast Kev thing take us out of here because it's still on the screen. I want to make sure it just it get all this time to shine. And just good night, everybody. And yeah, I'm gonna end this here. We can do that now. So, peace.